Good morning. Getting started here. Let me know if you're in the stream. I'll wait a while till everybody gets in there before I start talking. Need to change that back to 3 minutes. Oh, MG, are you in here? I don't think MG is in here yet. Max, I saw you traded multiple instruments last night during the London session. It's awesome. Takes some getting used to, but first you got to try it, right? Glad that modified position tool. I don't know. I'm just going to start calling it our position tool, but glad that helped. Good morning. All right. Signals are already going. And guys, you'll see the 15 minutes switch back and forth a lot during dead hours. So that's why we don't trade those times. Okay. They're going to go back and forth when things go sideways. So that's why we're not trading every signal in reverse. That's why we don't do that. That's why we're trading with the 1 hour time frame. So if you look at Bitcoin up in the top right corner, and we can look at all of them. I'm getting ready to take some trades, so maybe we'll talk about it after. But if you look at Bitcoin, how zoomed in I have it, you'll see the 15 minute went back and forth, especially during this long sideways movement. Well, the 1 hour stays red. So you just look at those as entries. You could have entered at any one of those time frames, even though the 15 minute goes back to green. But that being said, and it had a good downward move. You look at the bottom at oil. Why do I have it on oil? I'll change that. But you look at that, nothing but green, except for a little red in here. So on the 1 hour. So you'll see the 15 minute switch back and forth. Not as often during the time we trade, because we should have the market makers, trading and in play. I think I got to go 2 up or 1 down. That's NQ. There's ES. So things are already moving in directions. We have bearish moves on both gold and Bitcoin. Bearish moves on gold, Bitcoin, and ES. So ES has had a good retracement on the 15. So I don't think I'm going to get in ES. I'm going to get in it, but I'm waiting for the 15 minute to turn back red on ES. If you want in platinum, it's already green. So we'd have to wait for it to pull back. I'm going to take my 4 hour line and just kind of move it up out of the way right now. But we'd have to wait for it to turn back green on the bottom. I'm not going to mess with platinum for a while. So I'm putting that on the back burner for me, and then looking for entries. Gold, I'm going to go ahead, and gold I should have shorted right at the start, but I did not, because that was one of the rules. It's like, well, we're going to go ahead and short with the market if it's already in one direction. So gold 1 hour's red and the 15-minute went red, guys. And this is practice for you guys looking at this. It's not something to get used to, and I'm still tweaking it. I'm still dialing it in to get it better, but you cannot take, and I don't call them false signals, I call them bad signals out of any indicator. And the reason why I call them bad signals is, one, you're taking them off hours. You can't. Tyler is trying this. Just you guys know, and I am eating. I haven't eaten breakfast yet. So I might eat in front of him. And I did some scalping with this last night, dialed it down to a 1 minute, and took some trades. Now, even though I went down to a 1 minute on the chart doesn't change. Okay. So the indicator on the bottom, it's going to stay the same color. Actually, I am on a 1 minute here. That's why the signals look so chopped, so more chopped. The gold was still on a 1 minute over here. So again, this is why we're getting all the chop, that sideways movement. But if you dial the chart down to a 1 minute, the indicators are going to stay the same. They're not going to change, right? So this is a gold sell at market open, only because the 1 hour's red and the 15-minute went back red. I don't like that it's sideways and choppy. I don't want to get sideways and choppy today. I'm trying to move a lot of stuff around here. The ES looks like it's turning green. Platinum looks like it's turning red. Remember, we talked about that last night. We're in the 1 hour changeover at 7 a.m. We have jolts coming out at 10. We do have news tonight, which I'll probably be trading those. During the Asian session, we actually have news for the Aussie and the Kiwi, which is the Australian dollar and the New Zealand dollar. So those should move good tonight or well. So we don't have jolts coming out until 10, which is our job openings numbers. So mark that down on a piece of paper or something to be aware of. So we've got the Forex market opens at 8 officially, but normally we have 8:30 news. We do not have 8:30 news today. So I don't expect those jolts, outbursts, whatever you want to call them in the market. Don't expect those at 8:30. However, the Forex market will be open. And then, of course, U.S. stock market open at 9:30 and news at 10. So there's how they sit. We've got, like I said, we've got ES switching over to buys. You can get in light if you're not sure of taking the signals. I'm not putting platinum over here. Right now, I don't even have platinum up. I've got the Australian dollar where platinum normally would be on my charts, not for you guys. So you don't have to go in with your full contracts. I did not go in full contract on oil or gold, sorry, or oil. I just got an oil. Let me know if you guys can hear me okay. I didn't really do a mic check. So if you don't believe in going in at 7 a.m., you're waiting on a signal to jump in. So on gold, you're waiting for it to go to red, which it did. So the 1 hour was already red. The 1 hour has been red since, what is that? 5 a.m. in gold. I have to look clear across the other screen. So 5 a.m. gold's been red on the 1 hour. And it's from this downward move right here. So from this high up here down, that's why it's red. And we just haven't seen move. Well, it's pre-market hour, so don't expect it. Platinum's been the last 3 candles. The 1 hour stayed red. I'm not in it. I don't think I want to get in that for a while. So what I'm going to do, my plan for the day is to look at other instruments. I'm in gold, I'm in oil, and I am in ES, which is the S&P. I'm not in NASDAQ yet. What I'll do is wait until I get in a profit position on these, and then I'll look to trade, Bitcoin and platinum. Need to get platinum back on the charts here. So we have another tester officially. So, let me log back into Tradevate. All right, you guys can't hear me. That's good. Okay. So we have another tester in here. Well, he's not in here. I don't know. He's wishy-washy. I can't get him in here in the Discord or the lives. He slept in yesterday. He came down here at whatever. That was Sunday during the training on how to use the indicators, how to read them. Should be up on gold if you jumped in. I'm up 144. I only put 12 contracts on. I think I'm done switching charts. So 12 contracts, it's up 150. ES is pulled back. I'm in it long because everything was green. And then, of course, oil, which you cannot see. There's platinum. We should have jumped in, right? So platinum was red. I did not jump in. If I do jump in, I'm only putting... That's kind of a joke. Because that's the least amount you can put on it. One standard contract. Make sure to have your stops in place. You can use tight stops. I'm not telling normally I go back to highs, previous highs. Oil's up, not much. ES is down. I'm going to mark the start of day trades on here. If you were to have taken them right at start of day, and that's not where I want the start of the tool, is it? So I will be marking those on. Let me know if it gets too much on the chart. I mentioned that before. So if you took this previous high, your stop would be clear up there. So it did hit the platinum did hit its one-time level. Okay, that's when you'd move your stop to halfway. So remember when you're trading these, mark the initial. I like to mark the initial signal, and it was actually when you were going to get in, should have got in. That gives you a real idea of how it's moved in comparison to where it's signaled. Okay, just because I got in late doesn't mean anything. Okay, as far as the market's concerned or how far it moves. So far it's got a push. We've made a lower low. You could always draw a trend line across the highs here and extend it on down. You know, that's typically what we're going to do. You know, it pushed down, not past the previous low here, but then pulled back and pushed through again. So it did hit its one-to-one level. That's when you move your stop to halfway. However, if you got in late, depending on where you got in, you may not be doing that yet. But that's the one I took right at market open. I got in like one candle late. Let's see. Tighter stop on platinum. But there was the 7 o'clock candle was right there. And that's when it went red. So you notice remember I said I was not in platinum yet. And that's why. Because it just switched. I was waiting to see what it did at the 7, if the 1 hour flipped, and it did. I am in it. I got in it late. From the entry, if you had your stop where I have my tool, a tighter stop, if you had your tighter stop, it's already past the 2-to-1 ratio. Now, if you went with your stop way up here, which is fine, but I don't know anybody that would go that loose on their stop on platinum. But if you move your stop up here and had your stop way up there, it still just hit 1-to-1 on that particular entry off the start at 7 a.m. Okay. And remember, I said I was going to wait 3 minutes before jumping in. Oil's popping. I think is it one above right there? Oil is to the, I'm only up like 160. I only have 20 on there. So it is breaking a previous high. You know, if you're drawing your lines, look what it did. It's just now breaking that previous support and resistance level. It's not a 4-hour support and resistance level. So on that one, I am up. Let me draw where I'm at. My stop was way down here. Forgot how to use the position tool already, right? Right there. I need to go watch a video. So right there is where my stop and entry is on oil, just to show you where it's at. So right now it's hit 1-to-1. I'm moving my stop to, you guessed it, the halfway point. And you guys know any trade could be a loser. So not in ES and not in ES pulled back, NASDAQ pulled back. Let me switch this back to ES. ES, we just had a healthy pullback. And so it's same in NASDAQ. So So I wouldn't do anything till the 15-minute turns green on them. And you guys don't have to take the first signal candle if you don't want. NASDAQ is screaming right now, guys. Going short. But, and that is the 1 hour's been short on it the whole time. It did not flip with ES. ES, the 1 hour flipped. And that's because it lags. It lags NASDAQ. So you got to keep that in mind. So far, platinum, I'm only up like 40. I got in kind of late. I did not remember. I did not take the signal. I did, or 7 a.m. trade. I did not want to jump in on that one. Not in Bitcoin. Right now, the 15-minute on Bitcoin is green, even though the 1 hour is red. So we had a huge drop starting around 548 to 554, almost 6 o'clock. Had a huge drop in it. So gold's starting to push again. So we got 120 on that, 50 on platinum, and we're at 220 on oil. There's the oil trade. Nope, sorry. There's the oil trade. So oil just hit its 1-to-1, of course, and I moved halfway. So I'm hoping that support holds up on oil. This support and resistance level, and it's off a little bit. Right there's the wicks. That's that wick right here. That's what that line's off of on oil. So it's the classic everything we look for, right? I mean, I jumped in at 7 because I said I was gonna if everything was green. Everything was green, jumped in oil. And if you look at it, it's been green all morning. I went ahead and took it, even though it had not broke the previous high yet. It was right there under it, right? And then it broke. So we've already hit 1-to-1, stops moved to halfway. And then we're looking for it to go to the next level. So stop on oil is right there. I'm going to keep forgetting where to go. Bear with me. I think it just changed my chart. There's the platinum trade. I got into platinum. My order's at 958.8. Gold's popping. Yeah, I can't change that, can I? Oh, guys, sorry. I just lost the screen. There you go. Well, when I say that ES lags NQ, NQ is a fast mover. And typically NQ will start ripping one way or another before ES does. So that's what I mean by lagging. I'm not sure what you mean by the risk reward tool. Oh, did I switch that? Sorry, guys. Thanks for letting me know. I'll have to keep checking that because I switched over to gold to show you, and then ES is there. So ES is still pulling back right now, waiting on a green signal on the 15-minute on that. I tell you what will probably help. I'm going to move the position tools to the back. It really helps a very little. I think they are automatically to the back. There's gold popping. Where are we at on gold? So my entry on gold is 2665.8. And I'll take a screenshot after the trade or whatever. 260 on 312 on gold. Gold is just about to hit 2-to-1 ratio. And 260 on oil. And then lonely little 65 on platinum with its one contract. Oh, gold did hit. Sorry, gold, that wick on that last candle did hit. So I'm going to close out partial. I only have 312 on it. I have 12 contracts and it's up around 300. So I'm going to drop 2 back and close out 10 and stops move to, I'm not moving mine to break even because I got in late. So my stop is going to be at the position tools stop level on the chart you guys are seeing. So my stop is right there. It's at the break-even point on the tool, but my entry is not quite there. So I will take a little loss. Let me put a line on my entry. That won't let me put it right on there, will it? There we go. That's my entry. So it is that horizontal line, dotted line I just put on there. I don't know what color we want. I like the blue. I'm going to make it solid so it can be seen a little bit better. No, it kind of blends in doing that color, doesn't it? So that's my entry, stops back here. All right, we got a green on ES if you were looking on that. Looking for that buy. So just turn green. I'm going to look to the left. Yes, we just had a downward move on it, right? So that right there would be your buy on it. So we're in ES. Gold just ripped down to 4. 3-time take profit. I don't know if this is going to be too much for you guys or not. Can you guys still see okay on that or not? So gold's ripped through a couple, or platinum's ripped through a couple levels. I am going to move my stop. I can move it to break even now. Is that too much for you guys to look at? That's what I'm looking at. Or can you still see the signals okay? Actually, I have to take, and this is where it might not be good for you guys because you can't see the arrows very well. Because of how I have my chart set up. Let me do this. I'm going to move my move my orders off to the left so they're out of the way. So can you guys see that okay? Is it going to be too much to look at as you're looking at all 6 items? I don't know. Oil's pulling back. I did not get to pull anything off of it. I did move my stop to halfway on it. Yeah, it's a lot to look at. So just ignore the 2 on the right. I'll open up the charts a little better. So now they're taking up my whole screen. So just ignore the 2 on the right. If you're not, that's oil. And I did not close any out. It only hit the 1-to-1 level, but I did move my stop to that. It kind of moves across the line. It won't set right on the line. So that's okay. So I'm at a halfway loss. If it pulls back, okay with that. ES NASDAQ in, nothing exciting there. ES was up, or at NASDAQ and was up a little. They were both up a little, but nothing. Platinum. So far, platinum has gone down and hit to level 4. I am going to trail 1 level back. It did not quite hit here. Okay. I like my crosshairs on, but I'll turn them on. Gold has stopped several levels. I have not. All I did was close partial. So I am going to move my stop there. So I put on 12 at start of day, closed out 10, and then have 2 runners. And I don't know what we're going to get the rest of the day, right? So there, oil is going back and hit my stop. So the optimum thing, what am I learning on oil? Well, if I would have, closed partial at 1-to-1, but that's not my plan, right? Bitcoin, I'm still not in. I've sat on Bitcoin. It's nothing but sideways right now. Gave a signal here. I'm going to wait till market opens on that. I already made money on gold and platinum. We're making a little bit. If it pushes, gives us another pop down, of course, we'll move our position. I am really trailing 2 levels back. It almost hit level 5 here, which would be our 4-time profit level. Right now I'm at 2 times. So right now on platinum, and I couldn't close partial, right? Where I'm at, my stop is the 2-time level based on where, if you took it at 7. I did not jump in at 7, but I'm going to draw the tool that way as if I took it at 7. Okay. Doesn't matter that I waited a few candles. I'm still drawing the tool based on our entry plan, how we would get in for those that jump in at 7. If the signal's there, and we would wait 3 candles or 3 minutes after, because we might get a candle change at 7, right? And that's what we did. I will check the, actually I can move the streaming software over to the other screen since nobody's watching that one now. So we'll stay like this today. I hope it's not too much as I try and shift stuff around. And we wait. So, and gold just popped again to that, or platinum, sorry. Platinum just popped. Gold really too. Gold's hitting level 4 from the actual entry. You'll see that one I did get in at 7. That was the only one I jumped in right at 7. So since it's hit that profit level, it's trying to break. If it breaks through here, starts pushing, then I'll probably go ahead and pop my stop to level 3, which is the 2 times level. It's already hit the 3 times level. So it's trying to break, but there's a wick there. It's not getting past. So far, okay trades. good on gold, good on platinum, sitting good on gold and platinum. So I don't have to worry about anything. And you shouldn't have to worry about anything. We might take losses on ES, NASDAQ. 15 minutes red on them both. So they're going to pull back. We expect to pull back. It may not be long. We may just be looking at this one candle, and I'm okay with that. Already in them. I did not draw my position tool, and I don't know where my stops went on these. Let me put a backup stop because I'll have to go in and check. Oh, we're looking at NASDAQ, ES twice, aren't we? I'm not in NASDAQ. That's right. I'm only in ES. NASDAQ is still red on the 15, but green on the 1 hour. So we'd be waiting and looking for a green arrow. Oil, I want to see green arrows pop up. You'll see it pulled back. I was in the negative a bit, back up to 100. So now I have to decide on oil. Am I going to close partial if it gets back up? What did I trade yesterday? I don't even remember what I traded that did the same thing. Remember, it had popped up. It might have been oil, where it popped up, made a high, came back, and then it popped up again just to hit that high level. Eventually it went on, but I closed out at partial. So that might be my game plan on that, is if it pops here. So what I want to do is get my order ready. If I want to close out 15, it's 3/4 of the trade. Okay. If I go in with 20, I normally close out 3/4 when I have 20 on. If I go in with 10, I will normally close out 8 and leave 2 on. So we're going to leave 5 runners on this if it pops back up. So I think if it pops up to that inside top, this swing right here, the underside of that. So basically if it pops up toward that, so I'm ready to close. I just have to come up here and hit the sell button. It's already adjusted to 15 contracts. I have 20 on a buy, so I have to place opposite market order. So I would place a sell on that. ES finally popping. NASDAQ still nothing. So NASDAQ, I'm not going to get in right now. We'll look for that later based on profits from this morning, what I'm already in. Oh, what were you wanting? Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I know I switched to S&P. Thanks. I don't know what happened there. Now we got NASDAQ running. I did not draw my position tool on ES. And I did not get in at 7 on ES, I don't think. So that's how the tool will be drawn there from the stop to the entry. It really hasn't done anything. I am going to the session tool I've adjusted I think everybody's got one. They're free out there, the session tool. I've just renamed mine, and I actually have it adjusted to my hours. I'm going to shut that off across the board. You guys don't need to look at, you know what time the session opened. Sorry, I did not mark the vertical lines today at start of session. This one has a sell. Trading should not be stressful. I mean, if you're stressing out over trades, it just shouldn't be. You should be relaxed when you're trading. I know it's easier said than done. Oh, what in the world? I'm sorry. I'm clicking up 1 or 2. Now it's on NASDAQ. That's what my issue is. I'm trying just to not go in and search for the tool. I'm trying to just do that. Click up 1 or down. to get it, and I'm clicking the wrong way. So NASDAQ actually is green against the 1 hour. But again, I'm not in that. ES and NASDAQ move, with the U.S. stock market. So if we're trading them now, we're actually trading them off hours. Do they still move? Yes, they do. All right, so I'm closing part of oil. It's only up 160. I only have 20 contracts, but it did just hit that high. I'm going ahead and selling off part of my position. I'm going to move my stop to break even, but I need to adjust the numbers on it to match the order. So I adjust 5. I don't know if that'll stay undocked. So right now that's a profitable trade, but I'm leaving my stop at 5 back, or 1 back. I'm not moving it. Once it hits, if it hits level 2, then at that point I will move my stop to break even. So right now this trade on oil is a profitable trade overall. So even though my stop is at a half loss, I locked in 15 contracts at 1-to-1, and I could potentially lose 5 contracts at a half loss. Okay. So this right now is a profitable trade. I don't have to panic, freak out, less stress. Okay. Now I've adapted my plan, but I had to do that and I think it was oil yesterday. I had to change my plan. Let me make this bigger over here. So I had to change my plan on it based on the fact that it went up, stalled, came back. And then I just said, okay, if it makes another run, I'm going to close. And that's what I did. So I changed my plan. So platinum is pulling back. I'm not going to make much on platinum, am I? 15-minute candles on platinum are green. 1 hour still red. I moved my stop aggressively. It did hit level 5. So 4 times take profit on where the entry would have been at 7. I just didn't take it. So I consider that I got in late. So according to me getting in late, when it got there, I just kept my stop 2 levels back. Platinum, I'll give it extra room. And looks like I'm only going to make $30, $40 on it, whatever. This is one of those trades that if it goes back down, I'm going to be saying, man, it almost hit my stop, right? Gold, we've got 15-minute turn green against the red, so it pulled back. It pulled back to level 3. I don't know how it happened. Guys, I love seeing that. Oil kind of went through, right? The first level 2. You look at gold, and from the entry on gold, it popped and hit level 2, right? And then when it broke through, it went on down to level 4. And look how it just stopped at level 4. I think it's hilarious. And then it popped back up and hit level 3 and just stopped. So I love seeing that. It has nothing to do with our position tool. It's just funny. I like seeing it. I like where platinum down here came and touched that level 5. It just touched it, pulled back. Right now, this candle wicked right to level 3. I just love how sometimes it's not going to do that every time, but I love seeing it kind of respect those levels. And it's not respecting those levels. Nobody in the market is drawing, there's not millions of traders around the world drawing with this position tool that it says I'm going to turn here. I just think it's amusing. But this is what it looks like when I trade. I don't know. Some dude mentioned, I don't know if he's in here or not. He was out in the, wherever he was, in the Discord, and was complaining about live trades. So we've got the live signals. Where am I? Oh. So, we've got I don't even remember. Anybody remember that guy's name? That was was it Palos or something? I don't know. So he was complaining. Palos. There he is. So he was kind of complaining yesterday about, he's tried every, and if you're in here, I'm not trying to talk bad about you. I'm just, he was saying I thought at one point, I saw him say that he's taken every trade, or tried every indicator or something like that. So, that's a bad thing. Right? To try every strategy out there, every indicator, because you don't want to hop around. I don't know that he's in here. All right, oil's ripping for us. I sent him a message. I don't know if he's in here. But anyways, it's not good to be hopping around to strategies. And it's very easy to do. All right, let me get back to oil here before I get off track. So oil hit 2-to-1. Level 3s are 2-to-1. Level 4s are 3-to-1. So it's hit 3-to-1. The entry, I don't know when I got in here. Oh, did I take it right at 7? I think it is one I took right at 7. Start a day. So before I get to talking too much, because you guys know I'll get to talking and I don't adjust my trades. So if I move the stop there, it's 1-to-1 on my runners. So right now, Platinum's been the best trade overall because it quickly went to 1-to-1 for one, right? Just what? 1, 2, 3, 4 candles. So 12 minutes. So 12 minutes, oil went to 1-to-1. I moved stop to half even. That should take half the stress off of you. Which one are you watching? I'm looking at a question on the the red and green dots. Okay. So anyways, let me do oil real quick. So again, I got in 12 minutes later, it hit 1-to-1. What do? We move our stop to halfway point. We've got half of our risk on the table still. You should be able to relax a little bit. Okay, that's what this is for. Relax a little bit. It came down. Now look at what happened though. If it hit level here, the first level, which is a 1-to-1 risk reward ratio, if I would have moved my stop to break even, what would have happened? I would have been stopped out. So we're not moving to break even until it hits the level 3, which is our 2-time risk level. That's when we move it to break even. So I did just that. It popped to 1-to-1. I moved my stop here to the halfway point. So I only have half my risk on the table now. And then when it pulled back, did not take me out. And then we just had this pop to level 4, which is our 3-time risk to reward ratio, right? And then I moved my stop to break. I moved it to break even when it hit here. And then when it hit here, then we move it to, I'm keeping this one 2 levels back. So on gold, I'm 2 levels back from where it hit. On let me pop that question down. It's blocking part of the screen. On oil, I'm 2 levels back on the stop from where it hit. On platinum, platinum hit level 5. I'm at level 3 on the stop, and it's playing with my stop and emotions. No, I have no emotions on this trade. I mean, I got in. You can only put 1 on. It's equivalent to 10 on the micros. Yeah. So, Mr. Someone, here's how it, on the indicators. Were you able to watch the training video I did Sunday on it? And it's long, and I'm sorry for that. For those that did watch it, I got to go way over here and try and find it. So I did a training video on that. Let me know if you did not see it. For those that did not see it, I'll pop a link in. Well, I'm just going to pop a link in there anyways. There's a link. I think I can. What does that do? I think it popped to the top of the chat. Maybe it didn't. Where'd it go? Well, we'll try it again. I don't know what it does for you guys on YouTube when I do it through the streaming. We'll try it again. So there's the link. That goes out to the training on the indicator, so you can see how it works. But basically what it boils down to is we're trying to trade with the higher time frame. And the bottom indicator, the one that's on the bottom, the lines down there, that is the 1 hour time frame. Okay, so we're trying to trade with the higher time frames, and we want to trade in those directions, those trend directions. So if you look at gold, it changed back from a buy over here where it was pulling up back over to a sell here at 5 o'clock. And it changes on the hour. Okay. So at 5 o'clock, it went back red on the bottom indicator. Now on the triangles, you are only looking to sell. So you would need a triangle to pop up the top. So you could sell at any one of those times on the 15-minute. Now we don't trade before 7 a.m. So, and the part of the reason why is you see the 15-minute goes back and forth. If you're looking up there at gold, sorry. So the 15-minute will keep switching back and forth if it's moving more sideways. So why would I want to change that? I don't. Okay, so that's why we don't trade before 7. And 7's an hour early before market open. But that's what we decided as a group we were going to do, or everybody decided. I can roll with whatever. I'm normally in at 8 and starting to trade, and which we're coming up on. But everybody decided to start at 7. So that's what we're doing. So again, we're not taking trades before 7, or at least I'm not at all, because we get consolidated times, even though it's, the London session's still in play. So I'm I guess you can call me an odds trader. Part of my plan, I want to trade and I want everything to be in my favor as much as I can. And if I trade off hours, there is nothing in my favor. There's no market makers. There's no fund managers. The big banks aren't trading. The corporations, the countries. I mean, they're not trading off hours. They're going to trade during the busiest times in the market. That's where we get volume. The volume will help create momentum and volatility. We get volume creates volatility, and then we get momentum, movement. I need movement to make money. So that being said, I need that stacked in my favor, right? Let me try something here. You guys might have to watch me eat, because I don't think I could just shut down. I'm not going to try it, because I don't think I can just shut off the camera for a minute without doing a whole lot. And I don't want to mess up the live. It may just be what it is. But that's what we're doing. So 7 a.m. we're looking at trades. We're getting in. Some of us are actually jumping in if the signals are there, which it was on gold. On gold, I had it was already red on the bottom 1 hour, which is telling me that I should be looking for shorts. Right before 7 a.m., we had the 15 minute, sorry, and the triangles are the 15-minute time frame. So even though I'm on the 3-minute, I'm not taking trades on the 3-minute signals. That would be so back and forth, just so back and forth. And you'll see like all these green triangles on the bottom on gold. Well, it's retracing. So that's what it's telling you. The trend overall we're trading is the 1 hour, which is red. So we only want to look to sell. Right now, the 15-minute says it's retracing. Now, the 15-minute, the movement here up could turn the 1 hour, which it's almost 8 o'clock. So it could turn the direction of the 1 hour. We never know when it's going to happen. And then, you know, I'm probably, if it keeps pulling up, I'm going to be out. And you can always draw trend lines. You know, like I'd have a trend line like that. And right now, all it is a retracement line. Okay. This was a line I drew this morning on down. So we're pulling back to that. This would be like my down trend line. Or trade. I like to call them trade lines. That would be my downtrend line. So essentially, you know, there's the move as a whole on gold. It's pulling, you know, it started pulling down. We had touch points up here to draw a down trade line. We had a super aggressive move down, hitting the level 4, which on this tool, level 0 is your stop. Level 1 is actually your entry. It's just the way the tool labels it. So level 3 is actually your 1-to-1 risk reward. Level or level 2, 1-to-1 risk to reward. Level 3 is 2-to-1. Level 4 is 3-to-1 risk to reward. Reward to risk, sorry. So it did hit 3 times. And what we're doing is we're trailing our stop down the tool. So I might get stopped out. I should have probably left it, but I'm okay with getting stopped out. Overall, what I'm looking for is what? I'm looking for a red arrow to pop up top, either one or the other. So if a red arrow pops or green, red arrow pops up top, then I'm looking to hold my position short. If a green arrow pops up on the 1 hour here at 8 o'clock, well, I got to consider that it might just keep going long. Overall. So overall, it's a good trade. I put on 12, closed 10. Platinum is not taking me out. I'm still holding that one. Getting red arrows back on the top, and oil is trying to go. And guys, this is what it's like for me. And sorry, I haven't read all your guys' text in there. But this is what it's like for me. I'm trading 6 instruments. I'm not in all of them all the time. So I'm watching 6. Once I get into good profit positions on multiple ones, then I will look to get into some that I'm not in. Bitcoin is still lingering. So you see why I haven't entered. So right now on Bitcoin, I may actually wait. And guys, we're looking at the signals, but we're using that as extra confirmation, right? We're not just trading signals. I mean, you can, but we're also watching our highs and lows and our breaks. So that would be my level of support and resistance right here that I want to break. I don't have a default setting for that. Normally I make it a dash line. So that's support resistance level on Bitcoin. I want to see that. I don't know why I didn't go to just click that. Not awake yet. 1 cup of coffee. Yeah, that's okay. I'm reading this. I'm looking back, and that. So, what we're looking to do too is a full signal trade. Let's say you go in with 10 contracts at 7 a.m., just taking the direction it's already heading. You can go in with less contracts. It is a little riskier, right? Because you're just jumping in at 7. Now, if 7 a.m., everything just turned, like gold just turned on the top 15-minute signal. So I could have went in with less contracts. I went in with, well, that is less for me. Sorry. I went in with 12. So 25, 20 to 30 is typical contracts for me. Now look back at gold. You see what gold did? So gold is breaking that retracement line. We're getting a red triangle up there. You're waiting until the candle to close. We still have 30 seconds for the candle to close. So this is what part of this is built on, is looking at pullbacks and waiting for, we don't want to enter just on a pullback. I wouldn't want to enter on that red candle because I still have a retracement line drawn there. We want to see it break the retracement line. So far getting a good move down. So I'm still trailing 2 back on gold, and I'll probably do that the rest of the day. So it had a healthy pullback and almost stopped me out. So this is where you guys have to decide, are you going to trail 1 or 2 stops back? I'm trailing, it hit level 4, which is our 3-time risk reward. And guys, you could close it all out and be done. You could have gotten this trade. I put on 12, and it, when it hit, I pulled partial out. But when it hits that 2 to 1, you could close and just be done for the day. You don't have to trade all day. Hit 3 to 1, you could close. So when it hits 1 to 1, which is level 2, you move your stop to halfway to break even. So you're lowering your risk, your exposed risk on the trade. You're lowering it. And then when it hits level 3, that's our 2 to 1 risk to reward ratio. Just because we can't I wish we could relabel the number there, but it actually just shows the number. So if it's level 3, it's 2 to 1. When it hits 2 to 1, we close partial, move this, and move the stop to break even. So if you had 10 on, you could have closed out 8 there, moved your stop to break even, wherever you got in. Now you have 0 risk, and you got profit locked in. And then when it hits level 4, you got 2 runners on. You could close one of the runners and move your stop to this level here. So now you're even in a little profit on the second. Now I have 2 runners on. I could have closed one at level 4. When it hit level 4, I could have closed one of those runners and moved my stop to where it is. All I did was left 2 on. I was trying to just leave 2 on and then move my stop to break even. Oil finally hit. It's on the top right. I know this is probably going to be a lot for you guys to watch. So this is why I don't. Yeah, I sent him an invite. I don't know if he's coming in here or not. So platinum's finally popping for us. Platinum almost took me out. So again, I'm 2 levels back on gold from where it hit. So as it came and hit the levels, this one where it came and hit level 3, I didn't move my stop to break even. I put it back here. I would have still taken a little loss. When it hit level 4, I moved my stop to the 1-to-1 risk to reward. So at that point on those 2 contracts, if I would have got stopped out, I'd have been okay with that. I locked in 10 down through here and closed out 2 at a 1-to-1. I'm fine. This is the way trading should be for you. It should be relaxed. I went in, it was a 7 a.m. trade. So I went in with 12 contracts instead of my usual. If you look at platinum, we had the same thing. Right now it's popping. It's the lower left screen. Right now it's popping. I'm going to move my stop. I got in light 1 instead of like 2 to 4. Sometimes I've gone up to 10 on platinum, believe it or not. So right now it has hit our, and I drew the tool off of the actual 7 a.m. entry. I did not get in right at 7 a.m. I missed out on one level of profit. That would have been my entry at 7 a.m. with the stop above the high. I go recent high on platinum. I won't go 2 levels back on platinum. Normally it's too far. So I got in a little late. I got in at level 2. I will draw the tool on the where I would have typically got in at start of market. So that's where I'm drawing the tool. So it's hitting profit targets off that. Okay. And you could do it however you want. That's just the way I do it. That was the signal at 8 or 7 a.m. switch. It's really popping, right? All right. So let's move stops. So right now, platinum has hit 8, level 8, which is what? 7 to 1. So 7 times your risk. It just hit. That's an awesome trade in itself, right? It's up 230. If I would have got in another level, it would have been up more. I'm not going to calculate, but I'm going to move my stop. It almost stopped me out. And look at gold. It almost stopped me out. If I would have been trailing 1 level back, which would be level 3, when it hit level 4, I'd have been stop at level 3, would have got stopped out. Would have had to got back in. Could I have got back in? Sure. You know, when the red triangles pop up top, that's the 15-minute time frame. So same with platinum. I was almost taken out, and then it just popped. So we hit level 8. Where do I want to move my stop? If I want to be aggressive, I would have had it at level 7. I would have been moving my stop as it dropped, because as it hits these levels, remember, I'm 2 levels back. So when it hit level 6, 2 levels back would have been here, level 5. So when it hit level 6 over here, I'd have had it level 5. When it hit level 7, or sorry, no, when it hit level 7. So when it hit level 7, 2 levels back would be right there, level 5. It hit level 8, 2 levels back would be 6. I'm considering that kind of aggressive. I'm watching the move, and I know that this candle could pull back. Gold is not broken. It's low. And these are the things that go through my head. I hope you guys like this. Someone asked for it. But these are the things that go through my head as I trade. ES still nothing. ES did not hit 1-to-1, so I had not had a chance to move my stop to a break even or a halfway point. So it, you know, if I get stopped out, I'm just going to lose my gains on what I've got on gold and platinum and oil. So I'm just leaving my stop there. I might get stopped out. If you're looking at highs and lows, my stop would have been better leaving it here. Why? Because we have a low in front of it. That's our support and resistance level. So I'm not blindly trading the signals. After all, I paid an ungodly amount of money to be trained back when I got trained. So I'm not going to throw that out the window. I'm still looking at highs and lows, right? I'm still drawing trend lines. I don't draw them as much on this right now while I'm doing charting, but I'll do some of this to show you guys that this was just a retracement on gold. Got another 15-minute red. It did go down. Right now it's pulling back up to probably test that level. So it's going to go back up toward my stop again. And just hopefully we won't get stopped out. If we are, I don't care. I really do not care, because we've already locked in 10 and we pulled our stop to 1-to-1. And I am going to leave my stop there on platinum. It's only because of that low right there. I just wanted to show you where it would have been if I just moved it on the position tool and ignored the swing low and high. This is like a line of defense. This low right here. That is where that's a that price point here at 95.6.5 is a kind of like an agreeable price between the bulls and the bears in the market, if you want to look at it that way. So it came and hit that and pulled back off of it. So that being said, that should be an area where it should retrace back to. Now it may go beyond it. You know, sometimes they'll go beyond the point. Really, what should happen, ideally, if you're going short, you should use the highs for your stop. I'm going to get stopped down on it, which my high would be back here. So I'll draw a line on there so you can see it. But that high right here, you would want your stop up past that, ideally, because when you're trading short, when you're in a bearish move, you want to use the highs as far as your adjustment on your stops. And if you're going long, you want to use your lows. So like over here, top right, look at oil. It's popping. It just hit our 5th level. That's our 5th. Oh gosh, I just moved my tool. Hang on. I do remember about the undo button right now. So it just hit level 5 right there. So that is our 4-time risk reward ratio. I mean, who wouldn't like a 4-time risk reward ratio? We hit over here 7-time on platinum from where it signaled. Now that's 6-time for me because I got in one level late. So right now we're just holding runners on and all. I expect to be taking out a platinum. I don't know if that'll happen. That's still going to be a small trade. It's only at 100 right now. So let's get back to oil. So oil, guys, these 5 runners are doing good. I put, what did I put on this? Was it 25 or 20? I can't remember, guys. I'd have to look back. I think it was 20, and I closed 15. So I closed 15 out, and it hit level 4. I have not adjusted my stop. That was a big, long wick, aggressive move. So I knew it was going to pull back. I'm still using common sense, right? And it did pull back only to level 3. So right now, my runners are $235. That's nice on a runner. Yesterday, my NASDAQ runner got up to 400 and something. So remember yesterday, I traded NASDAQ and locked in 157 on the first part of the move. I only went in with 5 contracts. I went in light on NASDAQ because we expect volatility in NASDAQ. So I go in light. I'm out of platinum. So I went in with 5 contracts, closed 3 out when it hit $157, or it locked in $157. Again, if you're doing $157 a day, a lot of people, when they go work 20 hours a day for 8 hours, only make $160 a day, right? So that was NASDAQ, $157. Well, then I closed one more out when it hit another level. The picture's in the Discord. And then the last contract, I let run and just managed my stop. And it turned into over $400 on the runner. So overall, it was over, let's see, it was 4 something, 150, 4, 6. I think it was somewhere between 650 and $700 trade on that, just on NASDAQ yesterday. That is a huge day, right? So if something starts trending, do you need to get in something else? Right now, oil is trending for me. Still not in Bitcoin. Still waiting on it to break that support and resistance. Still not in NASDAQ. I'm in ES, which hasn't gone anywhere. Platinum's done. And gold I just got stopped down on. Now, gold's been a good pullback. The 1 hour stayed red. So here's something you got to look at. Right now on the 1 hour, we just had 8 o'clock hit. It's 8:09, and we've still stayed red. The 1 hour has stayed red on gold, platinum, Bitcoin, NASDAQ. The 1 hour stayed green on ES and oil, which is good for me because I'm in oil long. So I'm going to hold my position because the 1 hours are holding their trend. Now, I got out of platinum, got out of gold. I can look for another position. If you look at gold right now, it's going up to test the back. See, we never had a test of the back of the trend lines, those that draw trend lines. We had a retracement line here. It broke the retracement line and went where? Went to test the previous low right there. Tested the previous low, and then we get a retracement back to do what? Test the trend line. The trend line down and the retracement line. This is a good pocket trade where it comes in this pocket. What are we looking for? Looking for one, we're looking for a triangle up top. We want the 15-minute to give us a red triangle, and we're going to take it on a red candle formation at a turn there. That's what I'd love to see. That's our rules to get into trades manually without the signals, right? It broke the counter trend line, pulled back. It's testing the trend line and the counter trend line. I'm going to look to short. Look, and we would short on a red candle. The one thing that helps give me confidence is that the 1 hour's red. That's what this is all about. The 1 hour is red. So that should give you extra confidence, extra reason to take the trade short when it turns in here. If it turns in here and we get a red candle, the 15-minute popping a red triangle up there should give you extra confidence because the 15-minute time frame has turning red again. Okay. It may be short-lived. This break was short-lived, but we always know when a trend line gets broke, don't we look for a retracement back and a test of those levels? And that's what it's doing now. So this indicator should help you hold your position, should give you extra confidence. I'm not looking to get into platinum again. I don't know that I will. I might. We'll see. So right now I'm up 270 on oil, and I have not adjusted my stop really. I got to talking. I'm going to move it here. This is level 3, which is 2-time risk reward, right? There's level 3. It technically has hit level 5. So if I'm trailing 2 levels back, I'm going to move it to level 4, right? So if it comes back and stops me out. Now, remember, I had 20 trades on total and closed 15. I think that's what I had on. Closed 15. So we made good profit there. It was 20 or 25. I don't remember, guys. Somebody, if you guys remember, you can put it in there. I think it was 20. Closed 15. That's 3/4 of my trade. I have 5 runners on. The 5 runners are at 255 right now. And my stops moved to level 4, which is 3-time risk reward level. And I'm going to leave it there. If it pulls back, which it looks like it's going to give us a little pullback, what should it do? Well, we're hoping that this level right here comes into play. We're hoping it stays there. I also have an extra level right here of support. So we've kind of got 2 levels of support in there if it wants to come back and test those levels, okay, where it stopped here. So we got 2 levels of support. It's keep making higher highs, which is what? Higher highs, higher lows, bullish confirmation, bullish direction. And right now, the 1 hours are holding except for NASDAQ. The 1 hour went green on NASDAQ. This will not always wait for an hour. I think here it did. Yeah. So it finally went. I'm not getting in that right now. Don't forget, we haven't even started the markets, guys. We started at 7. I mean, it's 8:15. 8:14. The US or the Forex market's open now, but normally it doesn't really start moving until 8:30 when there's news, but we're not having news. Okay, so gold, it pulled back up and it's right at those trend lines. And if this is very confusing for you, just listen and don't try and trade. But this is okay. So Bitcoin did just break that support level. I'll get in, but I'm going to go light. I'm going to go with 10. 15-minute is red. The 1 hour held red. So I'm in it right now. And we'll take the position tool. I have to decide on where I'm popping a stop. I don't have an automatic stop go up. Ideally, your stop should be way up here. I mean, that's where it should be ideally. But I'm not putting mine that far out. I'm going to go back in here. What I'm using for my stop placement is this right here, this low. That's what I drew support and resistance on. So at that point, I need to come in and sell 10 or buy 10 because we're in a sell. Sorry. So that's the trade. So we're finally in Bitcoin. I waited till it. That's what I was looking for. I said, if it breaks that support resistance level, I'm jumping in. Yeah, gold's just pulling. It's hitting that little pocket area. I don't know if that's going to stay or not. On gold as well, I'm out, so I'll leave that tool there. We would draw a pullback line on this, retracement line. It's a steep move up. So if that line gets broke, we by that time, we should have a red candle in there, red signal at top. I don't know if it's going to play out that way or not. So guys, this is what we're doing. You know, it broke the retracement line. It was retracing. So gold had a good move down after the signal, or after 7 a.m. It popped up, retraced, draw retracement line. It broke through. So you don't have to, we're not abandoning everything we use. I'm about to get stopped out in oil. You have to, if you're doing multiple instruments like this, you just have to glance at each one of them every minute, or not every minute, but every 3 minutes. See where they're at. So I'm about to get stopped out in oil. That overall is a good trade. I did. So I just got, I'll do that later. Oh no, I was in something else. What did I have pulled up then? But there's oil. I meant to blow oil up for a second, but there's my stop. Oh, that's why I couldn't see my stop. It's on the left of the screen. I had to adjust them. So we just got stopped out in oil. So got stopped out at our fourth level, which is 3 to 1. That was my plan, to trail 2 levels back. If I would have trailed more aggressively on oil, if I would have trailed 1 level back, when it hit level 4, I would have been at level 3. When it come up here and hit level 5, I would have been at level 4. I would have got stopped out. So I got stopped out at the same level. Because like I said, when it hit level 5, that wick on oil, yeah, gold's really climbing. I'm not trading the retracement against the 1 hour. So I'm not in gold right now at all. Look, I mean, we'll watch it. We'll see if we get another entry. But anyways, we're getting a deeper pullback on oil. Is what we're getting. So I'm happy with that trade. Again, closed out the bulk of the trade and locked in. That's my daily, what I need. My runners were okay. My runners closed out here at level 4, which is 3 times the risk level. So on my runners, I still got 3 times the risk level. So you cannot be unhappy about that. I mean, you get what you get. We used to always tell the kids, you get what you get and don't throw a fit. So I could look back all I want, and I just did. You know, I stayed 2 levels back. I was here. It hit here. I was 2 levels back. You could look at that and say, well, what if I trailed one level back? I just showed you. So if I was here and moved my stop to level 4 early, when right here at this wick, when it hit level 5, well, then it came down, and these wicks would have stopped me out at level 3. So that would have been if I trail one level back. Okay. So Bitcoin just hit level 2. So I'm moving my stop halfway down. So right now I have half the risk on the table on Bitcoin. ES has done nothing. Someone asked me or asked in there earlier about how long do I let a trade play out? It's really up to you guys, but I'll leave them on. I'm not I don't have a strict rule as to how long I leave it on. If I entered ES is in the middle of the lower chart. I entered ES when the 1 hour was green and we had a green signal on the 15-minute. I'm holding on to my ES trade because the 1 hour is staying green. That's just my rule on that right now. Yeah, guys, gold just totally is pulled back. Now, I'm not trading on those signals. I think my son is. So I meant to tell you guys that earlier. I started. I have Tyler trading these right now, running tests for me, and he has them on his computer. So he's like the test dummy for having him on his computer. I got him set up last night with everything, and I actually got him. He's still got his PA account, but I actually got him my new evaluation account, and I told him just to trade that on the signals. And I want to see how he does. He's going to be off hours. He had it on last night, was looking to get in. So gold's ripping. I'm not in it. I'm not going to jump in on a moving train. But it did break that previous high, so it's just making a higher one. If you want to look for a long in gold, you'd wait for it to pull back and test the back of this pink line here. I'm going to take this blue one off, and I'll leave that one on for now. So overall, had a good morning. The Bitcoin trade is pulling back. I moved my stop to halfway point to lower my risk because all it did was hit 1-to-1. And I might get stopped out. I may have to look for another entry. No losses yet. So no loss. Guys, I'm going to have to eat. I did not eat, sorry. And this is when I need to have a coffee pot right here at the desk. And this ought to be good because I made eggs about what? Before I got in here. So these eggs have been sitting for an hour and a half. Yeah, Bitcoin wants to stop me out. Guys, I'm giving you the tools. So the modified position tool, we have a halfway stop level in there. When it hits 1-to-1, I think most people are moving their stop halfway. That should help you relax a little bit because you have less risk on the table. But look at my Bitcoin trade right now. That also means that I might get stopped out. I'll have a half loss, which is great. I'd rather have a half loss than a full loss. I think we all would, right? Half loss is way better than a full loss. So, but that puts your trade at risk of getting stopped out. The closer you move your stop without giving it room to breathe, is a risk that it will be stopped out. So when it hit to, the second level, which is 1-to-1 risk to reward ratio, my plan was to move my stop halfway. Well, what did I do? I put my stop closer to where it was, and I just added risk that I might be stopped out. Okay. And I don't know if I will or not. My stop was originally back here. And if you look at where my stop was back there, what was in the way? A line of defense forming, this low. So this swing low right here, that's a support resistance level. That's a line of defense, happens to be right at the halfway point. I'll move it back because that's what I did. I said I was going to move it, and I moved it, and I almost got stopped out again on it, or first time. So this may be a half loss. It's a small trade. I only have 10 contracts on it. And we were down some. I don't care. Already had a good, decent trade on, sorry, I'm watching gold and stuff and oil. So already had a good, decent trade on everything else. So still no losses. Looking at Bitcoin could be my first loss and could be a half loss. So oil did its healthy pullback. And if you look right there at that wick, it basically tapped that level, this previous high right here. It's a healthier, deeper pullback. So typically we would draw a retracement line down this move and look for it to break it. We're going to look for the 15-minute to give us a green. It could pull deeper. So I don't want to assume that that's the lowest it's going to go. If I were to take oil long right now, I would be assuming that that's the lowest it's going to go. You're trying to pick the bottom of the turn, and I do not do that. I don't have a crystal ball. I don't know how low it might fall. So I don't try and pick the bottom. I don't try and say, that's it. Oil's gonna go long. It's going to go back up and test this previous high right here. I have no idea. So I need to wait for oil to let me know that it's heading that way. And of course, one thing we're doing is looking for a green arrow to pop up down here on it. I'd also like to see it break this price point right here. Right here. That I'd like to see those two things happen. I'd like to see it break this price point and a green arrow, and then we'll get back in. If I get back in with 20 again, I need to adjust. I like to get my order ready up here. If you're trading with these on the chart. So I'm ready just to hit the buy button. And then I'll manually come over here and click that for my stop. You'll see it matches. It says 20. So whatever you put in here, your stop tool, when you come here, I just hit sell 20, and that'll be my stop. I don't have it automatically placing stops, like $100 out or $200 out. I just quickly place the trade, decide on where would my stop be right now? So my stop would be down here. If I'm looking to get in long at right now, I would look to put my stop down here between these two levels. This one marked support and resistance level, and then this level here, which is that high, that low. That's where I'd put my stop. So I already know where I want to put it. I'm just waiting on the 15-minute to signal. And again, I'd like to see it when the 15-minute signals, because it's pushing up through that support level now, right here. So we might get the 15-minute switch over. That's what I'm waiting on. That's my plan. And I've already got 20 on. I'm waiting for a candle to close. It's doing what I said I wanted, right? So this could be my other entry. And guys, it could still pull deeper. I don't know. There's extra level of risk. And I said I was going to wait for the candle to close. I'm itching to get in. What do we got? Oh my gosh, we got 2.5 minutes. Got to sit here and wait. I want to make sure that's green and going to stay. Bitcoin did not stop me out at the halfway point, and it hasn't gone anywhere either. Oh, and that's two things he's going to look to trade is gold and Bitcoin. He's looking at Bitcoin now too. I think he wants to do that. He's got a friend of his that he goes to school with now, and this kid actually trades futures as well. We got 17-year-olds out there trading futures, which I think is awesome. And they're not going to learn it anywhere. I mean, there's no like school for it. How's everybody doing today? Is everybody taking profit, loss, still in trades, holding runners? So the, we hit the 830 mark, which is typically where we would have Forex news that's going to move the Forex market. We just don't have it today. So 10 o'clock, we have jolts. NASDAQ's messing around. My ES trade's still flat. And remember, this happened to me yesterday, though. If you remember, I got into both NASDAQ and ES. ES went flat, and then ES popped a little. It just didn't go anywhere. It was an underdog. I don't expect ES to move as much as NASDAQ, and it didn't. NASDAQ really trended yesterday. I'm not messing with platinum right now. I would have to see it break this support resistance level. So one thing we can do is, let me turn my sound down on the, oh, I don't have it playing. Okay. I'm not following on the YouTube thing. So one thing I would do is come in and put an alarm on this support and resistance level, that it's crossing down. I don't care what it says right here. It says automatically crossing down horizontal ray. It's already triggered. It's already hit. I was kind of late putting it on. So I want to see it close below that support level, support resistance level, because it did make a higher high. And so we made on the way down a lower low, lower high, lower low, but now it made a higher high. So it could turn and continue long. This could be a higher, low forming. Okay. So you got to be a little careful on it. Oh, I missed my entry on oil. So I'm going to buy 20 on oil. Let me turn that down. So I just bought 20 oil, and then the stop, I said I was going to go in here. And we had, I did get a green arrow, but now we've got this one is pulling back. So I don't like that. But that's what I said I was waiting for, right? Break above that support level. All right. So, ES still not doing anything. Bitcoin finally moved. It hit the 2-to-1 again, or the 1-to-1, level 2, which is 1-to-1. Hit that level again. I'm going to hold. Still not moving to break even yet. We'll leave it where it is. I need it to hit the 1-to-1 or the next level. So if it hits level 3, which is our 2-to-1, I'm going to close. I have 10 on. I normally close out 8. So right now my eyes are focused on that and not anything else. ES is finally popping. ES is right under it. So I'm not looking to get in gold right now or platinum or NASDAQ. So I'm in 3 items now, and ES is finally going. I can quickly just kind of look up and down. Don't really care what gold or oil does at this point. Oil, I already had a good trade on. So I think even with where my stop is, if I get stopped out, I think I'll still be positive as a whole on oil. I'd have to look at what I locked in, but I think it would be positive. So if I get stopped out on it, it's okay, right? And that's something you guys have to learn to just be okay with. I'm okay. I locked in a good amount on oil. If it pulls back and stops me out, I believe I'm still going to be positive on oil. It's not going to be much, or I might be at a small loss on oil. Am I okay with that? Sure. You have to be, because it's going to give you that. Right now we're chopped. We got 10 o'clock. We got jolts. So Bitcoin pushed, didn't push hard enough. We're going to get that pullback. It may go clear back to test my stop again. So now I'm just going to relax and wait it out. Can't really do anything else. I can go get another coffee. Wow. I'm going to get stopped down on Bitcoin. It wicked up and just almost did. Starting to get a little volatility there on Bitcoin right now. And it's wicking. There we go. So I'm out. I'm out at the halfway point. Now, what I want to watch in particular on Bitcoin, and I did get in gold light. I got in with 12 contracts. Short. The red 15-minute turned and the 1 hour still red. So on Bitcoin. Oh, yeah. Can you guys hear me now? Someone let me know if you can hear me. All right. And guys, we were only lagging 10 seconds yesterday. Okay. So one thing in particular I want to watch, and I just want to mention this so you guys think the same way. I had moved my stop. Remember, Bitcoin hit 1-to-1. I moved my stop to halfway. And I moved it against my old rules, right? Looking at a swing low like this, marking that level as a support resistance level, and it almost took me out here. Well, what did it just do just now? It just took me out. The one thing I want to look at is if I would have left my stop right here at its original position and not moved it to this low, because I put it at risk. I put my trade at risk by moving my stop to the halfway point. Yes, I protected I lowered my risk as far as my loss size, right? Don't get the two confused. So I did move my stop to the halfway point, which lowered my risk of my loss size, right? I did do that. However, I put my stop right at that low. And that's kind of like playing with fire, because we know a lot of times the instruments will go test those support resistance levels, test it. And that's what it did. It popped right through. So the one thing I'm going to watch from here on out on Bitcoin, one, I'm going to see if I can take another short. I'll take another stab at Bitcoin and probably go in with the same, just 10. Whoop. But two, I want to see if it hits that stop. where I originally had it or not. And if it doesn't, then what do I, and I already know it may not, it probably won't. I mean, unless it turns to go long for the day, it's probably not going to hit that level because we have a support resistance level in here, that price point right there. So you see how it's respecting, you know, when it originally pulled back against me, it almost stopped me out. Well, my stop was right there, you know, at that low. So I'm kind of playing with fire, moving my stop there, and I'm okay. Oil, we're back up on oil on a new trade. I'm going to get ready to close the 15. So lower this to 15. I don't know when that's going to play out. But remember I said, if it goes up here to this inside top, that would be right there. That's probably where I'm going to close partial. On it. Gold's pulling back for it. Guys, gold's going, the 1 hour's turning green. So I'm going to close my trade on gold because it's changing direction longer term. So I took a little loss there. It was like 420. And Bitcoin's moving on. So it moved down toward level 3 without me because I had my stop too tight. I don't want to chase it. So if I was going to chase Bitcoin right now, if you guys want me to do it, I will. This is how I would do it. Right there. I'm lowering my contracts. It's riskier. I'd wait for a pullback, which we're kind of getting. I don't know how deep it's going to pull back. And we're all red candles up top. So we're waiting on a pullback. It just pulled back. So what I would do is less contracts, 4, put the trade on, and then I'm going to put my stop right here. I'm aggressive with the stop, but there's no way I'm going to leave it way out there. I mean, you could put it clear back here at the original place. Say, okay. But I jumped in. So riskier trade on that, right? Total risk. We're just going off price movement. It went down, and I was waiting on it to pull back. It pulled back. The guys, we're in the, the U.S. stock market hasn't even opened yet. So this is probably going to be a loss. But I just want to show you, and I'm okay taking the loss. I really don't care. It's not going to be that big as far as my account's concerned. But I just wanted to show you what I would do. I never liked chasing the trades. I would never have taken that like with a large amount at all. You lower your risk by lowering your contract size. So it's taken another level at this. I can almost guarantee you that either this candle or the next one is going to come up and tap that 4-hour zone and then pull down. It could keep going along for the rest of the day, but so gold flipped on the 1 hour. 1 hour's green, 15 minutes green. That would be a signal to go long. I like still pulling in. We're right at a previous high over here. I'd wait for it to pull back some before taking. You always want it to pull back some. I don't like getting in on extensions, getting in on pushes like I did here on Bitcoin. It pulled back a little bit. So oil's up. So oil's been the best so far. It is not hit this inside top. I'm actually going to close 15 out when it hits that level right there. NES has finally moved. Remember I said if it moved back to this high, I'm going to go ahead and close out. It's only up to 18. I'm going to close out 20. Yeah, I'm not going to make much on it. It's as it's pulling back. I need to take care of my trades first. I'm closing 20 because it's at the previous high. I don't know if it's going to break that. So that's one of those trades someone asked earlier. How long are you going to stay in the trades that are just, just going sideways like ES? I got in that at 7 and it just didn't do anything. I mean, I was in the negative for a while, positive right away. Right away, it went positive, negative for a while. What is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 candles, 7 3-minute candles. So about 21 minutes in the negative. Finally hit this candle here, this green one right here. It went to break even and went in the negative a little more, and then finally went positive, stayed positive, break even on that wick of this candle, went positive even higher, broke that high. So it's making higher highs, come down. It's making higher lows, higher highs, and then went flat for about an hour. It finally just went up. It's not at the 1-to-1. That's not a 1-to-1. So I didn't close my runners at 1-to-1. I closed my runners because it hit this high again. Because of that, because I've sat in this for over an hour, and it was 7 o'clock. Where are we at now? 8:46. Well, that ain't good. Logged me out for a second. So I sat in that for an hour and 46 minutes, and it went absolutely nowhere. It did here, and then I sat in it again with the up and down of negative, positive, negative, positive, negative, positive, negative, and it shot back to that level. So that was my plan on that. If it gets back to that level, I'm closing partial. I'm just not interested in sitting in it for longer, for a few more hours. And I closed partial, and it's probably going to take off, and that's fine. Right now, it's in a profitable trade. I need to change my stop before I get to yapping so much. We need to change the stop to match. So right now, I have 5 runners on. If it goes, it goes. And look at where my stop is. I am actually going to pull my stop back. So I don't want my stop at the halfway point because of these wicks right here, those lows. If it comes back to test exactly that price level, pulls back to that, then did anyone get back in gold long? I did not take it when we had that 15-minute go. I'm watching the other trades, so I just didn't take it. Yeah, I've got to fix that, guys. So they changed color on the 1 hour. I know. And I've got to fix that. That's why I said, that's why we're testing these. So you guys are in on the start of these and they did change red, or they were red and changed green on gold. And I've got to fix that. That's the only problem with this right now is if the 1 hour changes, it's in the middle of the 1 hour. That's why it just did that. So it's 8:48, and that's what I don't like. Right now, that's what's doing. So it is changing. Some people call it repainting. So you got to be careful with it. But right now, it's still working. It just it is going back right now. And it doesn't do it all the time, but it does it once in a while. It's something I'm working on. You guys know this is still in I don't know what you want to call it, development or whatever. Yeah, that's why. And I'm working on fixing that. So Bitcoin hit the 3rd level. Platinum's ripping, ES, NASDAQ are moving, Bitcoin's moving short. So Bitcoin hit 3-to-1. That's off the original trade. So you would move your stop. So I am going to move my stop back to that level. Yeah, but I didn't mark gold. Remember, gold, the 1 hour was green actually in here first, and then it changed on back. But it was green in here somewhere. So I'm just trying to get it to where it doesn't go back and change the others. That it sticks to whatever it sets here. Like when it goes green and it stays green where it is and doesn't do that. And like I said, it won't do it all the time right now, but it will once in a while. That's why I said you got to practice trade or demo right now or in a funded account. So Bitcoin is at level 3, and I didn't draw another tool on it. I just left my original because that's where I originally got in when it broke that low. So I would still be in Bitcoin on my original trade if I would have left my stop where it was, if I would not have moved my stop below that low, I'd still be in it, the original one. So right now it's almost to the 2-time where I got in. I got in here. It's almost to 2-time risk level. So I'm only going to close out, or do I even want to close any? No, I don't have much on there. I could close out half if I wanted, but I will move my stop to this level, 2 levels back. Okay, oil just hit top right corner. Oil just hit the top, just hit that inside top. I said I was going to close 15, so I'm closing 15. It was up like $300 and something. I need to move my stop up. I'm going to go ahead and move it. Actually, I'm going to leave it wherever it was. I'm not moving my stop on this one. So good trade overall. Second trade on oil. And I am going to just leave my stop down there. So if it stops back on the 5, so it was up like 3-something, 320, I think. Closed out 15 of the 20, so locked in profit. I can lose back some of my profit by leaving my stop out. And if you're okay with that, well, then you're okay with that. I'm okay with that on the chance that it might break this high and run up again. So far, this has been a good trade. I closed out at the inside top because it may only go there and turn. And Bitcoin is level 4. I think since we've had a huge drop in Bitcoin, I think I want to trail almost 2 back. It hit almost profit level 4 right now on Bitcoin. So I moved my stop to the level 3, which is 2 back. So I'm not quite getting 1-to-1 on my trade when it pulls back. Right now, I haven't pulled anything off of Bitcoin. It's a very small trade. So if it hits the next level, I might pull like half off. Not level 5. I'm talking because I'm trailing 2 back. If it hits level 6, and I don't know if that'll happen or not, but we got the U.S. stock market opening up in about 36 minutes. Not in platinum, not in gold. Gold's going without me. Let's see something here. Yeah. I want to do something over here. Oh, guys, if you guys are trading through Apex or even thinking about it, they have that 90% off right now. There's level 6 on Bitcoin. So I'm moving my stop 2 levels back, and I am going to close out 2. What am I up? I don't know what I'm up. Up 242. So I'm going to lock in half that. So $125 trade. Not a lot, but I went in light because of how volatile it was back here. So right now, overall, we locked in half the trade, so about $120, $25. And that's good for a trade. And then the stop is at level, and I need to change my order here for my stop to match my what's left, my runners. So it hit level 6, which to me overall is profit level 5. Now on this new trade, it went 1, 2, 3, 4. That's actually my fourth from where I got in. So it's actually the fourth level down for that. But it hit that level. I'm sticking with the original trade I got in as far as the profit tool. I haven't moved it. I didn't add another because that's where I got in. I just got stopped out. And again, if I would have left my stop there, I would have been in on the whole trade. Just got stopped out of ES at the halfway mark. So I'm done with ES. Remember ES, I had 20 on, sat sideways forever. This is the bottom middle screen. So it sat sideways forever. And then I said when it pulled back up and hit that high again, I was going to close out. So I closed 15, moved the stop to a little bit below the halfway point because I wanted to stay under those wicks. So I got stopped out right around the halfway mark on the 5 contracts on ES and closed out the 15 there. Bitcoin just hit level 7, which is profit level 6 on the original trade. I'm moving my stop down to 5, keeping it 2 back. It's a real aggressive move right now. So I wouldn't expect it to hold this pattern long. And we got about half hour, 32 minutes we have before U.S. stock market opens. So ES 15-minute is red against the 1 hour, and its market opens. So with NASDAQ and ES, their market hasn't even opened yet. So I consider that to be a decent trade. It just didn't go anywhere. Let me do something here. Guys, I'm going to have to run up and get a cup of coffee here in a minute. That was a teeny tiny trade. It's pushing to level 8. It's almost 11.8. I can be aggressive and move my stop now or wait. I'm going to wait. It's almost there. Sad I missed the gold entry. I was waiting on the green, but let me go back. Let's see. Oh, I've done better on oil than what I thought. I should have some music playing. What kind of music do you guys like listening to? Anyways, I know everybody's going to be a little different. Should have something playing in the background. Normally I have the TV on, and it's my wife comes down here once in a while, so sometimes she'll leave it on Lifetime. I wonder if MC's in platinum. Ugh. Oh, where are my... Where are these saving to? Sorry, guys. I'm trying to... Oh, they're in the wrong location. There's our pullback. Probably going to get stopped out. It hit level 8. I did not move it. I needed to and just didn't. I got busy on something else. So I'm out of everything except oil. So, whoops, where'd that go? Trying to grab the picture. Sorry, guys. So that is the ES trade. Not much. It's 100 for the day. So I remember I put on 20, closed 15, had 5 runner. So that was okay. 100 for the day on ES. And then here's oil. So oil total was that right there. Hopefully you guys can see these. Oh, that's right. MC said, yeah, I forgot about that. Sinatra's Christmas playlist. We did get our tree up, but we haven't done any Christmas music yet. Okay, so that's, oh, sorry, I've got this up. That's platinum. So 475 on platinum's profit. That one had a drawdown, 23.45. Not a loss against it. A little bit of a drawdown. And then the trades on, oil. That was oil. We were talking about MC, so I just said platinum. So there's the trades on oil, the 2 trades. So the first trade, I closed out 15 at 120, and then the 5 closed out, hit and stop at 160. I think that's the way it went. And then we have another trade on right now on oil where I closed 15 out at 195, which again, guys, if you're looking at, can you make a living with this? A lot of people, I go off this. So I've been in construction for years, and that 195, that 120 right there, that's what a lot of people make in a day. Okay. So I paid most of my guys that started for me 20. It's just the way it is here now. So, with really no experience. And I'm doing a lot of talking, so I don't know if I'm going to be really watching to get in anything right now. So overall, if I paid someone $20 an hour and they put in 8 hours, that's 160 for the day. That's them working 8 hours. We've been in here for 2 hours. So for the 2 hours, I've locked in, what was that on oil? 475. Now I've taken, we took a loss. I haven't pulled those up yet. So 475 on, what was this? Oh, on oil we're talking about. Total that's been locked in. Now I'm going to take a loss here. If it hits my stop, I'm going to take a loss. Right now it's at 50. So if you want, you can measure it out. Take the ruler tool, come down. Right now I'm negative 35 at 8. If I come down here, that's 17. So 2 times 8. So I'm going to lose about $70, about 80. Okay, so I'll lose about $80 here out of the 475. Is that not okay? I'll end up with $3.95 on oil. I'm okay with that. And like I said, I wasn't looking to get in anything, so kind of be chasing ES and NASDAQ. Their signal came a little bit ago to get in short. And yeah. So right now, we're taking the signals when they change on the 1 hour and the 15. We've had a rollover on platinum, ES, and NASDAQ. So far, Bitcoin's still holding short, oil's still holding short, and gold's been in that huge upward move. If I threw anything at NASDAQ and ES right now, it would be less contracts. They've moved quite a bit already. No, I wouldn't. I'd wait on a pullback. I didn't see how far ES really went. So I've missed the move on those. So I'm going to have to set out. And that's just the way it is. But overall, and what was it on? So ES, not much. ES was 100. But if you put it together, that's over 500 for the day. 500 for the day, and I've got to take the losses out. But even if you're just shooting for $200 a day, that's $4,000 a month. I like that Bitcoin has pulled back as far as it has. I've got to do something real quick. I just want to look at the overall. Because I'm going to look to short it again. And ES and NASDAQ, I want to see them pull back. Their market hasn't opened. We still have jolts coming out at 10. So I'm going to look for them to pull back. And then look to see if I can get in. If they keep moving, they're moving without me. That's just all it is. I took a risk on Bitcoin, remember jumping in, and I just did less contracts. More risk, less contracts. Every time. That's the way it should be. So, yeah, so where ES is, NASDAQ, the signals were on back, a few candles. There would have been ES. And you'd put your stop above this high right here. That's where it would be. I'm not going to draw position tools on them because I'm not in them, but that's where the signals were. That's when you would have, yeah, I hit the wrong one. hit the wrong candle. If I don't have those crosshairs up, I hit the wrong candle on these small charts. That's why normally I'll have my crosshairs like this so that I can get it on the right time. But those would have been the 2 entries on that. I just don't have it on for you guys, so you don't have to see the lines flip back and forth. So there's a healthy pullback on Bitcoin. It's pulled back. It's pulled back to a nice support and resistance level here. Again, I'm drawing them on a 3-minute time frame, so we don't expect them to hold up. So it may not hold, it might break, but waiting on a green candle. Yeah, guys, I thought that was kind of funny in there, but I know it happens. It would be totally easy for me to, oh, I'm going to miss my entry, aren't I? I'm busy flapping again. I'm going to consider this to be a pretty decent trade entry on Bitcoin. We just started this candle though. Ugh. I wanted to jump in on that pullback. I have 2 minutes to wait, which is kind of painful because I really want to jump in right now. I wanted to jump in when it pulled back, gave me a red candle. I drew a line, and that was the red candle. So I would have been entering early before a signal, and I'm okay with that. But if I wait for the signal, I'm actually waiting on this 3-minute candle to close. And unfortunately, it's going to pop most of my move. But guys, it is totally easy to fake stuff. So I know where the guy was coming from yesterday, that Palos. It's easy. I could get in here with 10 or 20. Somebody could get in with 10 or 20 different accounts. I don't know how. He said something with like 100 accounts. There's no way. I'm sorry. There is absolutely no way that a trader can get in with 100 accounts and fake day trading in and out of trades for the day. You just can't. You can't cycle through 100 accounts like that separately, separate trades and go for the broke. And there's no way. Now, 3, 4, 5, 6 accounts, I could see that. You know, I could sit here and pop up trade of 8 and, what do I say? Pop up trade of 8, log into separate accounts, either on the Trade of 8 platform or here on TradingView. So easily you could do that. And what he was talking about is people just blatantly putting on trades and then sharing them out there. It's easy to share screen shares like that. Yeah, you can. So with Apex, it's actually through TradingView. So TradingView, you can trade through 20 accounts at the same time. However, if you took a loss on one, you took a loss on all. So you would not want them linked together. He was talking about like getting in multiple accounts and you're trading Bitcoin long in one, Bitcoin short in the other, let's say, getting in another, trading gold long, gold short, getting in 2 others and trading, so you're getting in 2 counts. So you're getting into 2 accounts and one going Bitcoin long, one Bitcoin short, getting in 2 accounts, one gold long, one short. I know a guy that does that to pass his evals. I wasn't going to mention it to you guys, but that's what he does to pass evals because he doesn't care. And Apex doesn't care about the evals. They don't care how you pass them. They want you to pay for the PA account because it's more expensive. They could care less about the evals. So when you pass an eval, they really don't care how you do it. He literally, it's the guy at the coffee shop. But literally one day I went in there and he bought 2 accounts because he asked me for my code, my affiliate code with them. And then he bought 2 accounts and traded one NASDAQ long, one NASDAQ short. They were $50,000 accounts, and he passed in like half an hour or something. It was the start of the U.S. session. That's what he did to pass the evals. Now, you can't do that with a PA. I mean, you can get PA accounts and try that. But he doesn't when he gets the PA. But he'll do that to pass the evals. So it is 100% easy to fake trades. I mean, trade on paper. And you can't use the replay tool. The replay tool, when you do that, it actually shows that it's a replay. So it's totally, sorry, I'm checking out where we're at. Easy to do. Oh, yeah, see, that's why I waited on the candle to close, and they're still green. But you could do that, but I don't know anybody that is quick enough. I'm certainly not. And I trade multiple accounts, but I am not. Today, I'm only trading this one. This is it for me today. A lot of times I have TradingView Tradevate open on my other screen, and it is showing these trades is my main account. That's my large account. And then it shows my other accounts as well. I'm not in them. But what I'll do is I'll log into this account on TradingView, and then I'll log into another account on Tradevate. And then if I take a trade here on TradingView, I'm popping over to my other screen and popping a trade on the other account. So I'll trade 2 at a time, and then I'll have my Forex account on my phone. And that's through MetaTrader 4. So, and I'll simultaneously, because I've been trading MetaTrader 4 on my phone forever. So I'm comfortable with that. So I don't really need to see the a big view of the chart on it. So gold's kind of settled down. 2 things I would look for on gold is, yeah, I got to move this over. Sorry. I don't want to take my, I know they're kind of in the way, but I don't want to take my instant order boxes off, buttons. I know they're kind of in the way of signals and stuff, so I'm trying to adjust the charts over as I go so you can actually see them. I need to adjust this I'm adjusting the 4-hour line. It was like up right around where it is, but I keep moving it around to keep it out of the way, guys. All right, so we're getting pullbacks on ES and NASDAQ. We got about 11 minutes before the U.S. market opens, U.S. stock market. Guys, I'm going to short the Bitcoin. And I'm going to go with my stop above the high. My push is for it to get down here. I don't know if that's all it's going to hit. It's that top middle chart. I don't know if that's all it's going to hit, or is it going to come, a little bit deeper in that, or is it going to drop all the way down and test the bottom? I don't know. So I need to be ready to pull partial. I'll lower this down to 15, which is 3/4. That's just what I like on it. My stop's above the high. This is the typical trading that we're doing without using the target tool. Overall, remember the entry was back here when it broke That was the original entry I got in on. So we just seen a huge pullback. There's no way I'd still be in that unless I did what? Remember when I placed a trade originally, stop was here. So when it moved down and I closed partial, if I would have never moved my stop, remember when it hit profit target 1 here, 1-1 risk, I moved my stop to halfway, got stopped out. If I would have left my stop, I would have never got stopped out, moved through all the targets. If I would have just closed partial, closed one here, closed one there on the way down, left my stop where it was way back here, I'd still lose out on say one runner or two runners. Overall, that one or two runners would still be in. So as I trade, I definitely want to show you the different things that you should be thinking of. Because we could have left a runner on. Remember, I did that on NASDAQ for a while yesterday. Was it yesterday? I don't know. They kind of blur together overall. The only trades I remember are the ones I'm in right now. That's why I take screenshots. I couldn't tell you what happened on a lot of them unless they start trending. We're going to get stopped down on the oil runners more than likely. Maybe not. We still have the 5 little oil runners on, which aren't next to nothing yet. So I don't know if this is going to be a good trade or not. I went ahead and shorted it. Looks good to me. The only thing that I, really am cautious about is the U.S. stock market opening. Because I full well know once it opens, things will start moving around, especially ES NASDAQ. Anyway, so I know where the guy's coming from, and I think he's seen a lot. That's what he said in there, I believe. I believe he said he's seen a lot of indicators, whatever, tried a lot of stuff, and for one, that's not good. Every strategy works. Every strategy works. Some strategies work better than others. And then also, it depends on the type of trader you are. Okay, so I'm up 290 on this. It's hit that inside top. I kind of want to close some. Just because it's hit that inside top, because I don't know that it's going to go any further. So I will close. I know that's an aggressive close. It's at 2 something. I better close while I'm talking. It's pulling back. It's not up much now. I needed to close before I started yapping as to why. Yeah, and the way he came at everybody, it was really, really nasty. And I don't care to show you guys live trading like this. It's just, I know what I'm looking at, and it is 6 screens. I will not go down to 1. So if he was wanting me to, it's almost back up to 2. There it goes. I'm gonna close out. So I did close out partial. That's really aggressive on closing out. But remember, I wanted to get in up here. That candle right there. Remember, I said it's pulling back. I drew this horizontal line. That red candle, I was itching to get in. And then I said, nope, I'm going to wait for the triangle. Well, it came a little bit later. So that's my entry, was this candle here. Can it still keep going? Sure. I don't know if it will. We got the U.S. stock market open in like 6 minutes. So we'll see what happens. Need to adjust my stop. So I got real aggressive with closing. I mean, I don't like getting in a trade like that and closing that small. What did I do? I still have 10 on. Oh, I had 20 on, guys. I needed to close 15. Doggone it. So, yeah, I mean, I'm pulling back further than what I locked in. I meant to close 15 out, and I did not. Wasn't paying attention. Anyways, Yeah, I mean, he just and part of that I think is just the struggle he's been through, which everybody has with trading, was just the anger and frustration. I think it was mostly frustration that he's tried a lot of stuff, nothing's worked, nobody's, he's spouting off about ICT and nobody's showing trades, and a lot of people don't. There are guys out there that show trades. The guy in the coffee shop follows one guy that does, and he only trades NASDAQ at the start of the U.S. market is all he trades. The guy he watches. I don't particularly like the guy. I've watched him with him a couple times. He doesn't show the time frame the charts are on, and I've noticed that it matches up with tick charts sometimes. So it's no wonder why it looks volatile, because I've watched on a higher time frame and it's not moving like what his is. It is moving up and down, but he's printing candles. So it gets exciting. Yeah, the reason why I don't show live trading, I will typically take a trade and immediately take a screenshot and post it. That's what I normally do. The reason why is this right here. I'm watching 6 different things. So I've already taken 2 profitable trades on oil. I know you're just getting in here, but when I traded oil, this last trade, I put 20 on. Oh. So that's oil right now today. And we've taken the, this tool right here. No, that's fine. No, I understand. I told everybody a little bit ago that a lot of it is more, I think, frustration on your part than anything else. And it is. It's an industry that 100% has been built on the backs of other people. However, I paid $20,000 in 2004 to learn how to trade. That's what I paid. It was $5,000 down, $5,000 each month. There was a hedge fund manager in Boca Raton. I lived in Naples. I drove home every weekend. Through the week, every week, I drove over there on Sunday night and spent the night in a hotel for the week to get trained. That's how it went down. This guy had 10 traders in his office that traded his money, and one of them was, of course, the manager. I got trained by the owner and the manager. That's how I learned. So I paid a healthy sum of money. But they were actually trading. I went and sat for a week first. He let me sit in there for a week and watch what they were doing and sit with his trade manager, his office manager, and watch him trade. And I was free to walk around and watch any one of them trade, which I thought was huge before I paid anything. So it was, once I did, I realized, I'm like, well, these guys are, because guys, you can fake an office. I don't think anyone's ever thought of this, but you can absolutely, I can go open an office in Centerville, Kettering, Ohio. I could throw 10 or 12 people in there. I could load up computers in there, put software on there, and they could act like they're trading. I can invite investors in. Come on, walk the investors by the trade floor back into my office or conference room. Invite 10 investors in. They're going to see what? They're going to see nothing but action. I'm going to set the meeting up at 9 o'clock or 9:30. You guys get here at 9:15. We'll start at 9. You know why? U.S. stock market opens. Things will start moving. But yeah, you could fake that. That's the kind of stuff that goes through my mind. It's like, how easy would that be? So anyways, here's my buys. So I bought at 7 a.m. That's our start of our day. So I went in strong with oil with 20 contracts. I waited 3 minutes after 7 a.m. Okay. And the 1 hour time frame is on the bottom. 1 hour time frame is green. I'm only looking to buy. If it's red, I'm looking to sell. I waited 3 minute candle, still had the 15-minute. The lower arrows and the upper arrows are based on a 15-minute time frame. So that was still green. So I bought 20. When it moves to 1-to-1, which is level 2, we can't change the numbers here where it says 3, 4, 5, 6. So on the, I got a video out there, but on the Fibonacci tool, this is the Fibonacci tool. So 0 is our stop, 1 is our entry, and this is a halfway to break even, because I thought some people might be interested in that. I don't always do that. A lot of times I leave my stop out. Today I did. I moved my stop to halfway to break even. If it goes to the first level, which is his number 2, that's 1-to-1 risk to reward ratio. The level 3, labeled 3, is 2-to-1 risk to reward ratio. Okay. So we're typically going, when it moves to level 2, you move your stop halfway. Now you only are risking half of your order. I just got stopped out on the runner. So you're only at risk half of what you originally put up. So some people like that. You don't have to do that, but that's why it's there. So I did. I moved it to halfway. It pulled back. It went up. I told myself if it goes up back up to this high, I'm closing partial, because it kind of Mickey Mouse for a while. So when it pulled up, you'll see that red candle. I closed 15. So I closed 15 at 1-to-1 on that. That's all I got. And then I left 5 runners on, and then the 5 runners closed out here. I moved my stop. So what we typically will do is every level it moves up, you have to decide if you're going to trail your stop 1 level back or 2. So I normally like to go 2 levels back to give it room. So what happened is when it hit level 5 right in here, I moved my stop to level 3. When over here it hit level 6, I moved my stop to level 4. So I got stopped out right there at this level 4 price, 69.22. So that's where I got stopped out on those 5 runners. And good trade. The 5 runners were at level 4, which is 3-to-1. It's always 1 number back. So it's a 3-to-1 risk to reward ratio. That's where the runners got stopped out. So I was looking to get back in. So it came down, and over here, I was looking for a place to get back into the trade long. So I took another 20 with my stop here, down below the low. And if you look at this swing low right here, I think I took the line, but there's the swing low. If you pull we're still using conventional, I'll just call them conventional trading techniques, because that's what I learned. I learned to use support and resistance. I learned to use highs and lows. I drew trend lines. I look at, supply and demand, support and resistance are kind of interchangeable. Supply and demand is more of a term that came about later. They never used to use that. Old traders, you'll never hear them talk about supply and demand. It's something new and exciting. It's something they've come up with all kinds of terms over the years, because I learned in 2004. Okay, so there was 20 on there. My rule for this trade, where I took 20 on oil, was that if it gets to what I call and what's termed the inside top. So there's inside top, inside bottom. What that is you see we have a swing high right here where it swung up and swung down. That's a swing high. That's our high. The underside of that, that's called an inside top, because the top's here. The top are those wicks. So the inside top is the underside. In the market, when you make, in this case, if you look at it, it made a lower low than that. It came up and made a high. Where did that high hit? Hit the inside top and then went down. So it formed a lower high. That's how you get the lower highs and lower lows. They will hit the inside levels, typically, is what you're looking at. So as you watch swings, you'll see that often where, well, why'd that turn there? Well, it turned, it was in the underside of the top. It's making a lower we made a lower high. So even though it's against the 1 hour and the 1 hour is green, we're in a huge retracement right now in oil. So I said to myself when I put that on, and I mentioned it in here, that if it gets to the inside top, I am closing 15. That was my plan. I closed 15. I left my stop where it was because I got stopped out at 69. Yeah. So my stop was right there where my pointer is, right around that X. So it was 69.0 is where I got stopped out at. It's labeled right there. So on my runners, my 5 runners, I lost against the original gains that I locked in. And I haven't, anyways, let me pull back the chart so you guys can see everything that's going on. Bitcoin, I re-entered. I don't know. We've been in several things. Or I have anyways. And part of the reason why I don't just go into full live and show everybody is because it gets confusing. If someone's trying to watch me, that's why I've been mic'd up and talking through as what I think of things, like what is happening, why I'm getting in, why I'm not. The inside top or bottom of this Bitcoin is right here, and that's what it's monkeying around with. So again, swing down, swing up. Bitcoin's top middle chart. So we had a swing down, swing up. That's the inside of that. That's what it's monkeying around with right now. I got in late. I was going to get in on that red candle, but I decided to wait till the indicator signaled, which is right there. This is all in testing phase, the indicator. I've just opened it up so other people can use it and see how it works. I'm tweaking it as we go and hopefully having it all finalized by the end of the year. So Bitcoin, I got in there originally. And then it moved down. I moved my stop to halfway. And then I can't remember even if I closed partial and got stopped out. But I know the runners or the whole thing got stopped out at halfway. But normally what I'm doing is I'm trading 6 things, not all at once. You'll see right now I'm only in Bitcoin. I'm not even in oil right now. It just got stopped out. But it's a lot going on. Yeah, I don't care to do live because normally I take screenshots, and then normally what I do is I'll get in something and take a screenshot and post it right when I take it. I've got a lot going on over here, so sometimes I miss trades, sometimes I miss closing out my partials because I am active in Discord, and like a lot of other, there's some people that are active in their Discords. There's other people that are like non-existent in their Discords, and that's not me. I used to have a trade group. I've got my whole story out there, I think somewhere on a video. I don't know. I know it's in the training. But I used to, back in 2004, that's when I paid to take that course or trade with them guys and learn. It took me 4 months. And it was the last 2 months I was actually trading on my own at my house. I was free to go back to their office if I wanted, but I was like, after 2 months, I'm like, okay, I think I got it. And they're like, you're free to come by still the next 2 months. And I did go back here and there for a week, but I didn't, the next 2 months, I did trading at home. I was free to send them charts, ask them questions. I was able to get on live one-on-one with them. Yeah. I already closed half out of Bitcoin, and I don't like what it's doing now. It's going to stop me out. I'll go ahead and close it because it's going to stop out on that. So I think overall on Bitcoin, I broke even on that. Because I meant to close, I put 20 on, meant to close 15, but and this is why I don't always go, because live and talking, and because I lose track of my trades. A lot of times what I'm doing is I will get to talking, and if I'm live showing you guys my trades, and it happened this morning, but it'll hit a target, like, whatever. So right here, Bitcoin hit level 7, which is 6 times risk reward ratio. I'll be talking instead of closing out my trade, because that's the thing. You guys want to see the trades, right? And you guys, so I'm going, okay, hey, in Bitcoin, I'm over here. It just hit the 7-time risk reward ratio. I move my stop to the 5-time, it hit 7, which is 6 times. I move my stop to level 5. But while I'm in talking, saying that, it's pulling back. So sometimes when I say I'm going to close partial here, I'll get to talking. So make sure everybody sees the trade I have on, because that's what they want. And then what happens is I don't close the trade out the price. So I love helping people, and I want to show you. But what's happened over time is I miss out on closing my partials when I say I will. So sometimes I'll place limit orders in the opposite direction. Sometimes I won't. So that's happened a lot, or where I've profited less because of that. So that's why I normally don't do it. Plus, I have 6 charts on that I'm trading. Now, yesterday, you guys just saw the 4. I only had 4 charts on: gold, Bitcoin, platinum, and ES. But I have a lot going on. Not only this, but then I'm always trying to look at Discord, read what people are saying. Yeah, we've got 18 minutes for JOLTS news coming out. So we expect that the market will move. Yeah, I could, I guess. You guys know I like talking though, Mark. Oh, I'm going to have to go get coffee though. I did not. Let me run up and get coffee real quick before JOLTS comes out. I'm going to leave. I don't have anything on right now. We're waiting on JOLTS. Let me run up and get a coffee, and I'll be right back. All right, so I'm back. My wife drank all my coffee. I do trade spot Bitcoin, but right now I'm just trading it through the through here. This is through Tradeovate, this account. I've also got Forex.com account, Top Step accounts. My Forex.com account, I opened that in 2004 when I was trading with this guy. So I'm not, 2004 is when I started. It was Forex only, Forex.com. MetaTrader 4 was my platform I traded on. I was down in Florida. 2 years later, in 2006, I had been posting in a software company, forum, discussion board, whatever you want to call it. We got jolts in 13 minutes. But I was posting out there, posting trades I was taking. People were following. They invited me to go like at one of their seminars in Orlando, seminar event, workshop. I don't know what you want to call it. It was a big old convention thing. And it was a software company. And they had created their own software for trading. So they invited me to go speak. We had a breakout session that I did. There was like 20 of us that did breakout sessions. We did a big thing in the big room. There was like over 5,000 people in there. They had TV cameras filming. I mean, it was nice. So I had people back then that used to trade with me. We trade London session and US session, and we did it in a trade room I have. And this was a different guy. This was a software company. It wasn't even him. But I had been trading for 2 years and I was trained by the other guys. So I was trained on, using support and resistance, drawing trend lines, with the support, how to notice highs and lows and trend line breaks, support and resistance breaks, all that stuff. I even learned Fibonacci tool. There was a lot of stuff he taught me. I don't even go over. Some of it's overkill, but I was taught everything. And very thankful that I had that. I had a back injury, was down. I couldn't move. So I was bound to the couch in the bed. And I could only stand or sit for 5 minutes and my legs would go numb. So I had a drive to make money and was very fortunate that I found him. So I actually had a group back then. There was 33 people in a trading room. And yes, they paid $100 a month. They actually did this. So back then they paid $1,200 for a year. When I train people, I want a year's commitment. I want to know you're going to do this and you're going to do it and you're going to do it to succeed. And you're not going to be wishy-washy and jump out of the group and try to jump on the next best thing. That's what I want out of anybody. When someone comes to work for me, when I have my construction company, it's like, I'm going to teach you things, but it's going to be over time. So that was a commitment I required. I'm not going to train you and start training you for a month and you jump out. If you're not serious, then go somewhere else. I mean, that's plain and simple. I'm not here just for someone to come in and look at a few things and then leave. There we go. We got Jolt's still coming out in 10, but we're getting a huge move in Bitcoin. I'm not in it, guys. It's just too volatile right now. So what it was for me was this. In the evening from 7 to 9, I taught a lesson. This is we traded live, or I either taught a lesson or we traded live. In the beginning, I taught the lessons. That's why I wanted the year commitment. And then after that, we would just trade live. So we traded live from 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. I would go hang out with the wife for about an hour and a half, watch TV. We'd go to bed. I'd get back up at 2:30 in the morning and trade the London session till 5 a.m. I'd go back to bed. I'd get up at 8 a.m. She'd go to work. I'd sit down to start trading the US session. At noon, I'd go pick her up for lunch. She worked down the street. And then after lunch, I would go back home and take a nap. So about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, I'd take a nap. And at 5, I'd get back up. She'd be home. I got 4 sessions of 3 hours sleep. That was from 5 to 8 in the morning, from 2 to 5 in the afternoon.
And then from like 9 to 2:30, or not 9, about 10:30 to 2:30 at night. That was my life. And that was from Sunday night to Friday. Of course, Friday night, Saturday, Sunday, I got a break. But that was my life through the week. And it was fine until I got 2 years in. I'm like, we didn't have family down there. She didn't have friends. I didn't have a lot of friends down there. We had each other. She got kind of tired of that. I was pretty much gone, during the evenings, couldn't spend time with her. I mean, we had the weekends, which was great. So she got absolutely tired of it. And so I had to back off from the training. So I cut down some days. Some people didn't like that. And they jumped ship because I wasn't on there 5 days a week now, trading with them. And they were all successful, but it's like they wanted more. They wanted me to stay in there and trade that Asian session, London, and US all. And it gets exhausting. And then we were trying to have a kid. So I had to drop back some days, and then I had to drop back some more. Then we had Tyler. So I decided to kind of take my life back. I still traded, but I kind of decided I'm going to take my life back. Typically, I would have gotten gold short if we're trading trend line breaks. So old school rules, it went up, trended, went sideways across here. I'm on the upper left chart. And then it broke the trend line, tested the trend line, red candle, that would be a short. And of course, the 15-minute kind of followed through. But anyways, that is why I stopped training back then. We moved up here in 2010, and I was done with the training. And then we had Megan a year later. So I'm thankful for that, but I missed it a ton. Because this is my life. And I've missed it. Well, then there was a group that opened up. I had seen a trader that doesn't actually trade in front of everybody or is not existent in their Discord. And that's where I met a lot of people that are on here. So they needed a place to go. That's why I opened the Discord. I'm like, well, I'm already in posting stuff in the other Discord. I might as well just open a Discord. I don't need it. I don't have to have it. But yes, I am going to charge. So my wife is adamant about that. My wife is a CPA. She's all about giving back, but she's all about the numbers, guys. She's been a CPA before we got married. So she went through, we got married. I was 30. She was already with a successful firm. She's still doing that. She's all about the numbers. She doesn't mind me giving back, but when it takes a lot of time away from my family time, she's like, you're going to charge. Because I wasn't before when I was in the other Discord just posting. Now I'm really active, so I'm in the Discord every day, pretty much all day long. I'm in there during the day in the morning till about noon, and then it's lunch. And then sometimes I'll head to the coffee shop. That's what I'm doing today for lunch. I'll head to the coffee shop, get some coffee, get lunch. And then this evening I'll be back in. So I am active in the group. It's just me. But again, she was pretty adamant about that when I said, well, I'm going to open up a Discord because a lot of these people don't have a place to go. I opened it up before the other one closed down the free section. I kind of knew it was already coming, that they were going to close and only go premium only. I will not do that. So the Discord's there. It's there for you guys to use. The free section, I'll be in there here and there posting stuff. And yes, sometimes you just see charts. I normally take a trade and then I'll post a chart. I'm not going to close that down. I'm not looking to do what the other person was doing. But I knew people needed a place to go. So, and then the premium just kind of came about because honestly, it was my wife. Because she knows I spend a ton of time here at my desk, and she knows it's not all trading. Some of it's looking through stuff and replying and whatnot, and direct messages and all. So sorry about that, but that's her. She is a CPA. I don't want to hassle with her. So that was the entry on gold. Again, that's old school rules. There was a 15-minute in their turn. I didn't take it. It's against the 1 hour trend, so consider it a retracement until the 1 hour turns. Once the 1 hour turns, if the 1 hour turns, then it's a deeper pullback or change in direction at all. So anyways, that's why. But I do, and back then, the course I taught back then and why I required them to pay for a year was because it was $1,200 for the year, which is $100 a month. They actually took what I had labeled as the power course. Certified public accountant. Basically, she's an accountant. Numbers girl. Buy the book, runs the book, reads the books, knows where I'm spending my money. She never says anything about me spending money, but she knows where it all goes. Anyways, I labeled it power course back then, and the course I taught was actually kind of a short version of what I learned. So the thing I paid $20,000 for, and again, I didn't pay $20,000 up front. I got to go over for a week. I could have stayed over there 2-3 weeks and watched him. He was open to anything for me to watch. And he really just wanted to help me out and learn. He knew I would not come work for him. I was not looking. He asked me, because he flat out asked me, would you be interested in moving over to Boca and trading in my firm, trading my money? And I just told him, I said, we live in Naples. My mom's in Naples. I don't want to have to drive. It was like a 3-hour drive, 2.5 or 3 hours, something, across Gator Alley. And I just said, I'd really just, unless my mom moved away or my mom was willing to move with us, and she lived in a different house. I mean, her husband would have had to move. I said, I'm just not really interested in relocating. So then he decided, he's like, well, I can train you, but this is what I would charge. That's what they knew their time was worth. And so after I sat there for a week, I'm like, yeah, these guys are legit. And they know what they're doing. I was free to roam the whole place. I mean, there's nothing in there I couldn't, go and watch any trader at any time. And I did just that. For like the first 3 days, I sat and watched nothing but the hedge fund manager. And then the next 2 days, I roamed around watching the other traders. I just get up, pop around, and was just watching them do their thing. I didn't talk to them, left them alone, and that was something he said, just don't say anything. If they say something to you first, that's fine. So I don't know if I'm going to take something right now. Jolt's coming out. But anyways, that's kind of the backstory real quick, or short version. So the power course I created back then is like I said, kind of a smaller version of what I went through with him. Guys, I got a thick manual from him when I trade, and then videos, and he put together a bunch of stuff. He already had it together. I wasn't the first one that hit him up. But anyways, they paid $1,200. They got the power course, and then no, the power course was a little extra. But it's really one of them things that you should, in anything you do, and I'm not saying stay here at all, anybody, but when you try a strategy, you should commit to that strategy for a certain amount of time. Always. I don't recommend trying something for a week or a couple of days. Well, this don't work. Every strategy under the sun works. Some work better than others. Sometimes you'll come in. So some strategies work better than others, but then it also depends on how the person manages it. And then you've got the fact that the market could care less what strategy you're using. So you're going to get moves, and you're not going to get the same moves every day. So you're going to take some lumps. You're going to take some losses. You just have to try and minimize your risk. So ES down here is, I want to see it break this high. It's sideways here. I want to see it do that. Break that. I don't need to lock that. That's the only thing about with my charts being small. I want to see it break that level. Because right now it's still making lower lows, lower highs. So it made a low, lower high, lower low, lower. It looks like it might be breaking lower high. So before I'd even consider going long, it has to break support and resistance. So anyways, that's what I'm in the middle of redoing. I know it's a course. If you don't want to buy a course, don't buy a course. I'm redoing that course that I did years ago. I did it in 2006. So it has old charting that was from the MetaTrader 4 platform. Nothing really on the training is outdated because it's still the same highs, lows, trend lines, support and resistance, supply and demand. You know, the only thing I've adapted over the years is closing part of my trade out. And that's it. Closing partials. I don't think I want my stop out that far. I wanted to go right there under that low. Kind of ignoring where we're at on the 4 hour. That yellow zone right there is a 4 hour zone. I actually like to keep my stop under it. There we go. I love it, guys. Oh, sorry, Mazda. I didn't see that in the Discord. You guys know right now I'm in here. It's all in here now. For now. Totally. I just saw Mazda post in Discord that you guys like morning guys and Candace. I don't even know if Candace is on here right now. But I love it. Good morning, guys, and Candace, because she's kind of lurking in the background. She's in there. So I did jump in Bitcoin. It's not up much. It's up 160, 190. Oh, and something else that we typically do was close part of our trade out. So I'm a firm believer that if you're going to sit here every single day of your life, except for Saturdays and Sundays, well, even Sundays, Sunday night, but if you're going to sit here every single day, you need to be making money, or else why are you sitting here? So the first thing we do is go after a trade that, like right now, I could close Bitcoin out and it's $250. Okay. Where again, if I'm paying a guy $20 an hour, if you're going out making $20 an hour, working 8 hours in the day, what happens? You're only making $160. So if you make 160, could you not close out right now? I could go in and I'm going to get set up to close 15, which is 3/4. But could I not close out? It's almost $500. $580. I mean, how much do you want to see? So it's $580, $600. Could I not close out 15 and be up more than most people make in a day? My son only is making like 13 an hour right now. Right now, I could close the whole trade out and be up more than what he makes in a week. So I'm a firm believer in let's make the money. Let's capture the money. When the market gives you profit, take profit. You don't have to take it all. So what I will do is something like this. It's up almost $1,000. I put 20 on. I'm going to close 3/4. So it was up around $800. I closed 3/4. So I got 600 locked in. I could move my stop to the halfway point. I'm going to change the order to 5. So right now, just on this small trade, and I closed it early. I didn't wait. Normally we wait till it goes to 2, level 2, move your stop to the halfway point. That lowers your risk in half from your original stop. And then when it hits the next level, which is here, 97655, that would be where we would typically close partial. Now, we just had the U.S. market open. I'm just showing you something a little more aggressive, but I entered according to my rules. The 1 hour had turned green right here. So the 1 hour turned green on Bitcoin, matching the 15-minute. So the 15-minute should go first. The 15-minute time frame should go green. We're printing green arrows. And then the 1 hour turns green. It's only going to turn on the hour because it's a 1 hour time frame. So the bottom indicator down there turned green right at 10 o'clock, right when jolts come out. We just haven't had anything move except kind of NASDAQ. So that was my entry. That's where I entered, was right in there. And also, further confirmation for me is this yellow zone. And I know I don't know if you're new to the Discord or just new to, I don't know. But anyways, if you look back at any of the, like, I don't know, some of them are labeled like weekly pre-market. And I usually update charts every night. I haven't done it the last few days. But this zone is off the 4 hour time frame. So we're building kind of that extra confirmation. So when it broke through the 4 hour zone, support and resistance zone, came back to test the 4 hour support and resistance zone, gave me a green candle bounce off the 4 hour support and resistance zone. That is my candle to get in. Oh, and look, surprise, surprise, this signaled to go long. Extra confirmation, right? That's why I went in with 20. It's just extra confirmation. So when I looked for that, break of the zone, test of the zone, green candle, while it broke the zone, while it came back, tested the zone, I'm not just sitting there on my hands. I'm thinking, well, the 15 minutes green, it's bouncing off of the top of a 4 hour support and resistance zone. I want to trade in the direction of 4 hours. So a green candle is going to be my entry. I want to see a green candle. And I would also like to see the 1 hour turn as further confirmation. And that's what I got. So right now I closed out 15. What was I up? Like 800 something. I don't always remember my numbers, even though it was recent. 800 something. I think I locked 600 in. So 600 on that trade. That's just this one. And move my stop to halfway. So yes, if I get stopped out, I'm going on these 5 contracts, I will suffer half a loss on 5 contracts against the gains I locked in. Okay. Now, if I'm going to be real aggressive with closing when it hits level 2, I could close off 2 more or 3 more, 4, and let 1 run. It really depends on you. That's why you'll see different numbers for everybody. Sometimes I leave my stop where it originally was to give it extra room in case it pulls back. I don't always do that. So the trade plan changes a little based on what things are going or how things are going. ES, I wouldn't even consider right now. It's got to break the higher the low before we get a continued move on there. I can't believe my wife drank all my coffee. I'm stuck drinking water right now. Okay, so oil went back up and popped the high. I should have placed a trade on that. So I've already locked in. I need to get it on real quick before I keep. So the trade entry was really this candle breaking that high. I am trading against the 1 hour on this right now. So that being said, it's a riskier trade. So I only put 10 on. This is just stuff that goes through my head while I'm trading. You guys know. Again, I got in oil long. I was waiting for it to break this level, the support and resistance level. It broke it on that candle. I am trading the 3-minute time frame, so this may not play out at all, right? So I got in. I consider it a riskier trade because the 1 hour is red. So I'm doing 10 contracts instead of 20. I'm going to get this ready to close. I'll put an 8 contracts up in the order, and then I will hit the sell button when it gets up into profit. So going back to Bitcoin right now, it's at level 2 or number 2, which is our 1-to-1 risk to reward ratio. So if I decide to close out any contracts when it hits number 2, those are going to be closed out at a 1-to-1. I closed out quicker than 1-to-1 because I wanted to show you guys just, hey, it was up. Again, see money, take money. I locked in $600. Was that not good trade to lock in? Yes, it was. So you don't always have to wait on these levels to be hit. On the runners, though, once it gets to moving, let's say it gets up to 3, and I can move to break even, I'm just going to leave them on and just trail my stop. If I was getting aggressive with my stop on oil, it would be right here under that support and resistance level. I'm leaving it out because I've already profited for the day on oil. So I'm taking a little extra risk. Needs to be said. I'm taking a little extra risk on oil. I've already made good money on oil today. And yes, I'm taking a little extra risk, so I went in lightly. I'm a firm believer that if you're taking on a riskier trade than you normally would, adjust your contract size down. Yeah, so oil, I lost back a little when it hit that stop. Let's go. Kind of doing something on the other screen here, and I am not watching my trade, so. But that's why you'll see us close partial. I'm not going to sit here and trade. And I used to do that when I started. So when I started trading, I would sit there and I was trading Forex. I would get into a good trade, good setup, good trend line break or support break. You know, I'd get in the trade. I'd put on, let's say, 10 contracts, or lots is what it's called. And you'll hear me say lots instead of contracts a lot. That's because I spent years trading just Forex, and they call them lots, not contracts. So you'll hear me slip up and say, I just put on 10 lots. It's 10 contracts if we're on here. So, yeah, I got tired of seeing this. So when I got trained, I was taking trades on the 15-minute time frame. I was looking at daily 4-hour and 1 hour to draw my levels, and then looking at 15 minutes to get in. I had to wait 15 minutes for a candle to print. I was kind of impatient. I would be up $300, $400, $500. And then I would be down from 500 to 4 to 3 to 2, and then negative, and then stopped out. So I got tired of that. So over the years, getting tired of that, and it wasn't really years, it was quickly. It was about 4 months in where I'm sitting there trading alone. I'm going, and so he's like, well, just, I decided I would close partial. So when I get up there and it's up $200, $300, $400, just like we did, the Bitcoin trade was up $800. I closed 3/4 of the trade out, locking in 600. I did my job. My job is to sit here as a trader and make money, lock in money. If I'm not locking in profits, I'm not doing my job very well. And that's what I've told people repeatedly. If you watch any of my videos, you'll hear that. Treat it like a job, treat it like a career. That's the way you should treat it. Treat it like a business. I treat mine as not really a job. It's a career, and it is a business for me. I've built a whole business on funded accounts as well. So I have my regular account. I have a Roth IRA account, which is a retirement account that I trade in. And then I've got funded accounts. Well, funded accounts I'm getting paid on, and there's no reason not to, but you can build a whole business on that funded account. You pass one, I need to quit talking. So I'm up, guys, I'm not drawing my level yet. I'm going to close out 8 of the 10 on oil, and then I'll draw my tool. Sorry, I forgot to draw it. I don't even remember what price that was at. Somebody, if you guys remember what price that was at, like, was it up? I think it was up 200 something, 250 or 280. So I did not draw my tool. So the tool would have been from the stop to the target. So it hit a little better than 1-to-1. Level 2 is our 1-to-1 level. Okay. So it hit 1-to-1. I should move my stop to halfway. And I already closed partial. I decided I was going to close partial at a 1-to-1. Again, see money, take money. Because you never know when the market's going to take money back, right? So when you see the money, take the money. We had $600 just on this trade locked in on Bitcoin. I just locked in, I don't know, I think it was 250, or I don't think it was 300. I think it was around 250, and now we're at 50. So I don't know. I probably got 180 or 200 in there or something. So I'm up 1,000 just on these 2 trades. Or no, that was 6. That's 2. That's 8. Yeah, but my story goes, deep. That's why I'm kind of mentioning it to you. I don't know if everybody's heard it. I'm not eating these eggs. Guys, I made my eggs before 7 o'clock and didn't start eating them till what, 8? I don't know. They're cold now. Gold, I did not get in. We had the 1-hour flip. Too busy on Bitcoin and oil. We don't have to take them all. I wonder if MC is trading platinum today, though. I know MC is out, but I wonder if MC is secretly still trading platinum. But I think we got a good group of people in this group. I really like the members that are in there, not just premium, but paid or free. I think we got a good group of people that have good solid heads on their shoulder, are really into learning how to trade. It's a process. easier for some people than others. I try and, you guys know, I try and teach you how to minimize risk by, going into stuff like I went in 20 on Bitcoin because, again, it was bouncing off that 4-hour zone. That's my extra confirmation. A 4-hour zone, it's hit the top and stayed above the top. I expected to hold up as support, and it did. It pulled up. So that was a decent trade so far. Minimize my risk by exposure by closing out partial, because after all, it was up $800. I'm like, okay, let's close out, 15, close out 3/4, move my stop to halfway. If it gets to level 3, which I hope it does, but there's no guarantee. So that's why we don't just sit here open-ended and go, okay, I'm in, and I'm going to ride it up to level 5, because that may never happen, right? So that's why we close partial. That's why we move our stop to halfway. So if it comes back and stops me out, I am going to lose, but I've minimized my risk. I'm not going to have a full risk exposure of where I originally put my stop on the 5 runners. I'm only got half. I cut my risk in half on the runners, which is awesome. Love it. Man, ES is trying to break that low. It is trying. And I need to run up and get my coffee. I wish I had, man, my son's sleeping probably. That's what I need. Let me text him. If he'll go make my coffee, that'd be awesome. Someone's up there. No, I'm glad you're in the group, and I'm glad you asked the question. It's a question to ask. I wouldn't. Well, I've been in groups and watch people, but and I bought that course from that guy. Or the training, and it was expensive. My wife thought I was nuts at first, but I just told her this. I said, look, I got to do something else. My back, I had 3 bulging discs, and no lie, I could sit up on the couch and my legs would go numb in 5 minutes. I could stand up and run to the bathroom. My legs would go numb in about 5 minutes. I would literally have to walk into the bedroom and lay down before I could go back to the couch in the living room. Had a laptop there, laying on my side, looking for a way to make money online because I no longer could do construction. That's what took me out of construction on the short term. And I needed to make $5,000 a month. I started looking online, seeing all the crazy stuff out there. I created a e-currency site. You guys know about some people know about this, some don't. But I created a website that was called moneyduck.com, and it's sold. I sold it off. But it was to trade e-currencies, PayPal, eGold, INT Gold, and eBullion. I don't know if any of those are around anymore. I know eGold shut down. Those were currencies that were used around the country, around the world, was eGold, INT Gold, eBullion. I had PayPal and was using it. So I got the idea when talking with my uncle. They were wanting to get into a program that only took a certain money. It was through a certain e-currency that they created, and you would wire money in and they would put the money in the program, and you had to get the money out through that thing. Well, a lot of people were tired of waiting to get their money out, their withdrawals. There was a wait period. So what I did was created a site, and I'm like, okay, how do you want paid? They would want their money out, $10,000. I had $10,000 in PayPal, or I could wire $10,000, or I could write you a check for $10,000, whatever. And I went with the major banks that were in Florida, like Fifth Third, Bank of America. I went with the big banks because they were pretty much all over the U.S. So if somebody wanted to send me money, it was easy because they banked at one of those banks, or I could put the money right into their account. I was willing to do that because I was going to the 4 banks every day. So they wanted $10,000 out. I could pay them in PayPal or wire them the money. I would take possession of, they would send me the money into my account. So like you would pay me if you wanted to buy something over in wherever, London, and that website only took eGold. There's the break on ES. I'm only putting 5 on. I'm considering that's a riskier trade. I'm getting on the break. Right now my stop's there. That's kind of a high stop. Some of you may not agree with the stop. The stop's above the high. Some of you may end up putting your stop there. Anyways, so say you wanted something and they only took eGold. Well, you would get on my website and you would exchange whatever, $400 in eGold you'd want, and you would exchange it for PayPal. Basically, I charged a 3% fee, nothing more than a credit card company charges for my exchange services. Made a lot of money on it. The government stepped into everybody, eGold, INT Gold, anything doing in the U.S., PayPal. They wanted like all your records. They wanted information on everybody. I wasn't willing to go through all that crap. I'm like, I don't want to do it. So I sold the website off. The guy I sold it to had to go through all that. And I didn't like the idea that the U.S. government wanted everybody's names and emails and all the addresses and all this stuff. Kind of gets a little nosy for me, but whatever. I know why they do it. So I just didn't want to go through all that. So I sold the website. And the guy I sold it to went through all that. But the thing is, when I was in that and doing that, someone mentioned to me, a friend of mine was like, and I'm still looking for something to do online, and I was making good money on that. He's like, why don't you look into the Forex market? I'm like, what's the Forex market? This is in 2004. This is before I bought that course. So he's like, well, it's the foreign currency exchange. It's trading countries' currencies from one to another. And he explained it. Countries do business together. He said, if GM wants brakes and they're getting brakes from Japan, that Japanese company, and they're spending billions of dollars, millions of dollars, whatever, that Japanese company does not want paid in US dollars, and GM's in the US. So those millions or billions of dollars, whatever they're spending, has to be converted from US dollar to Japanese yen. This is how it was explained to me. He said that helps move the exchange rate. It's always moving based on countries doing businesses together, banks, the big banks. And I'm not talking about your little local bank. I'm talking about the big banks, the big 7. So I did. I started looking into it. I started looking everywhere. I mean, I'm looking online. I'm seeing a bunch of crap, just like what was mentioned yesterday in the Discord. There's a ton of crap out there. There's a way more. I feel sorry for people today. I really do. Because back when I did that, again, was 2004. There was not much out there. There was a lot, but there's way more now, a bunch of junk out there. And now you've got Instagram gurus and the TikTok people and, and that's why I hated doing this, going back. So when I created the Discord, it was to help people, but I already knew the backlash that was coming from doing it, was that people are going to be like, okay, this is just another guy that is jumping on the bandwagon. And that's not how I wanted to be perceived at all. But I know that goes on because everybody has. It's way worse for you guys than what it was for me. I had to look for something, and I was looking, and there was so much stuff out there. And that is the one thing, and this is in the training course, but that is the one thing that I had an issue with. Who do I trust? How do I know that this person, you look at 5 people and you go, I want to pick one of them to trade with. how do I know which one I'm going to be successful with? You don't. So you're taking a pot shot gamble. And I just kept looking. I'm like, I don't know what to do. And then, like I said, I was so fortunate to find that guy, and he was a fund manager. And I went over and stayed a week. And like I said, I went in the second day he was in there. He's like, well, what do you think? I said, man, I really like what I see so far. I'm like, I can still stay all week, right? And he's like, yeah, no problem. So I committed to that. He come around and asked me, what do you want to do for lunch today? I'll take you out for lunch. This was the second day in, Tuesday. I said, you know what? I just would like to talk to you somewhere quiet. I mean, is your house close by? Maybe we could just go there. I could care less if you got some leftovers in the fridge or peanut butter and jelly. I really don't care. Can we get something, take it back to your house? I just want somewhere quiet. I can maybe, shoot the breeze with you. He's like, yeah. He goes, we'll go back to my place. It's only 10 minutes from here. Do you know why I did that? It was to see what his house looked like, guys. Because I knew full well, even back then in 2004, somebody could throw together an office and completely fake it. Oh, hey, I got some guy on the hook. He's wanting to come in. He's wanting trained. We're going to charge him $20,000, $5,000 up front. We'll have that $5,000 up front. If he bails on us month 2, that's okay. I still made the $5,000. He could hire some people in to come in as actors, acting like they're trading, load up some computers. I full well knew that was a possibility back in 2004. So I wanted to go to his house, see what it was. We went to his house. I was impressed, to say the least. And it was actually on a canal. He had a boat out back. Looked legit to me. So the one thing that went through my mind, though, while I was sitting there, and I tell you guys this, it's funny now as I laugh at it, but the reason why I tell you this is because this went through my head while I'm sitting there at his house talking to him. Like, man, is he just leasing this place? Is this a rental? And the boat out back is his friends or the owners of the property? So I laugh now, but that, no lie, that was what went through my head when we were at his house. I'm like, I love this. This is awesome. This looks legit. But is this just a rental? It did go through my head. But after watching the rest of the week and watching the guys trade, that eased my mind a lot. And I'm like, yeah, these guys are legit. They're actually trading, making money. I was able to look at the reports at the end of the day. I mean, like I said, I had full freedom. They didn't care. They were like, yeah, I'd watch a trader for the day, see them place trades. They would print out a report. I'd watch them print the report out. So there wasn't no, like they only selected certain things in profit. Dude, it was eye-opening. So I decided to go. They only made me put $5,000 down. So I was glad for that. But when I went back and told my wife, I looked at it as I was getting my college education. I mean, that's how I treated that. It's like, hey, if I put up $20,000 and I'm getting a college degree, there was no degree, but getting a college education on trading the Forex market, it's worth it. It's cheap. I'm getting in cheap as far as looking at a college degree, college training. So I went for it. So guys, we hit, did we hit the second level? No, we haven't hit the second level yet on oil. But anyways, I love it. That's how I learned to trade. That's the long story. But I had to make $5,000 a month. And it was rough getting started because I was trained great. Loved it. Went through what I needed. Started trading. Started making money. Every month I was making money. However, and I had losing days. Back then I had losing days. Now I don't have losing days. I have losing trades or my runners. Like right now on Bitcoin, I locked in profit on the main part of the trade. Closed out 15 contracts. If it comes back and hits my stop, my 5 runners will be stopped out in a loss. It's half the loss, but it's a loss. So on my trade report, this is going to show as a 5 contract trade with a loss. That's one thing I hate about this versus the other broker I trade through. They don't do that. Your trade is grouped together. And I know Top Step mentioned that they were working on trying to change that. I don't look at them as separate trades, but on my trade report, it is. So right now, I put on 20 contracts, closed 15 at $600 profit, and have 5 runners on, and I might lose a little on the runners. That is one trade for me. If it comes back and I get stopped out, I'll have a small loss against the 600 I locked in. That is my whole trade. It will show up different in the platform, though, when you print your report. It's going to show as 2 different trades. Oh, that's what I was going to do. So where are we at? So that is, what is that? That's oil. The oil trades I showed you. That's where they're at right here. See how it shows as different trades? I put 20 contracts on, but what does it show? It shows 15. Can you guys see that? Oh, you guys can't even see those. Can I do this? Hang on. There. I'm sorry, guys. I showed you guys images earlier and didn't even check, but on the YouTube, you couldn't even see it. You guys don't even know what I was talking about earlier. Anyways, this is the oil trade I took. So I took a trade, 20 contracts. So this is the whole trade right here. So I took a trade with 20 contracts. I closed out at where? $120 profit. Closed 15, 3/4, was in for 30 minutes, 49 seconds. Okay. Had 5 runners on where I adjusted my stop and it got stopped out on the pullback. So on the 5 runners, I made as much as the initial pull take profit. Why do we pull partial though? We pull partial to lock in that daily goal. I want to see at least $500 to $1,000 a day minimum for me in a trade. So that is 120 locked in. If I take 4 or 5 trades like that, I'm going to make my goal, right? Well, my runner got 160, my 5 runners. So that right there is 280, halfway to the $500 goal. And then we had this trade, which was 15 on, 195, and then 5 off. So that was that small loss. So you're getting to see both. Again, we put 20 on, closed 15 at 195. So another good trade. Remember, I try and teach you guys how to lock in a daily goal. You should have one. $200 a day is $4,000 a month. $200 a day is more than a $20 an hour. A person that making $20 an hour makes an 8-hour day. 200. Okay. So total, I could have just traded just oil and made that goal. Well, I have to make more money than that. I mean, I'm not at $200 a day. I was when I started over 200. I was 250 is what I needed to lock in a day. I needed 5,000 a month. Right. So that's the trade on that. So far, this is what it looks like as a whole. I made 575, lost back 95 on the pullback to my stop. No big deal, right? We're not freaking out. This is not a loss. Remember, I took 2 trades. This $95 is a loss against that whole trade. So overall, I made 195, lost back 95 on the pullback to hit my stop. So I only made 100 on that trade. Is that bad? No, it's not bad. I better check the charts again. So oil almost hit the next level. I really want it to hit that level to pull my stop, but I'm going to go ahead and move it to break even. It almost hit it. So I am going to move my stop to 1-to-1 or just barely past my price. And I'll have to click over something like that. So I'm only up 80 on it on the two runners. Remember, I went in a little lighter on this trade. And so I can't lose anything against that trade. So I can stop looking at that trade. I don't have to monitor oil right now. Something else you guys can do that I mentioned the other day. I could do this. You can come in and put a horizontal line at the level and put an alarm on it, right? I am looking at 6 different charts. I'm only in 3. I'm in 3, but I am looking at 6 different charts. So would it make sense to put an alarm on that? So I could sit here. That's not it. And we'll put an alarm when it's crossing above, crossing up. Down here it says MCL, which is oil, crossing up, horizontal ray. We'll click yes. So right now I have an alarm on oil. So if it goes up and hits that, I'll be alerted. So now I don't even have to look at oil. I'm either going to I don't want to trail my stop tight. I'm going to leave my stop where it is. I've done well on the trade, right? I locked in profit, which is what I have to do every day. Every trade, every day. Let's lock in partial. So we actually get a paycheck at the end of the month. Set an alarm. So I'm either going to get stopped out at this point, stopped out at break even, or it's going to trigger alarm. I'm not going to set an alarm on the line below. Let me take that one off. But like right here. So I can draw on the line on this level, level 2, but I don't want to set an alarm on that. I don't care. If it comes back through level 2, I don't care, because if it comes back through level 2, and if I say to myself right now, if it falls through level 2, I'm going to close. Okay. If I say to myself right where oil is, top right chart, if I say to myself, when that alarm line's triggered, I'll move my stop up. It could be up halfway between the level it is now and this one. It could be all the way up here. But if I say to myself, if it goes through the top, the alarm goes off, I'm going to move my stop. If it goes through the bottom under this level, I'm going to close my trade out. Well, then I might as well do this. Right? If that's what I say, if it breaks through this line under it, I'm going to close out my trade. Then I might as well just move the order up there, my stop, and let it do it for me. And now I'm just not doing anything. So for me, I'm leaving it just better than break even. That may be a $2 trade by the time it's said and done. That's the way it'll look on the platform. So if you pull a report at the end of the day, you're going to see a little trade that's like, what is this? It's going to be like a $2 trade, $5 trade, whatever it is. Well, it's not a $2 trade. It's a runner that got stopped out. That's all it is. ES has gone absolutely nowhere since entry. Remember, it pulled here. That's the bottom middle chart. So it pulled down through the I wish I could get my cursor bigger on this stream, guys. I don't know why. I have a big cursor. So right now my cursor is from the wick of that red candle right here. And it is down to this green candle right now that's printing. That's how big my cursor is on my screen. If somebody knows how to change that, let me know. But that's how big it is from right here on down. So for some reason on here, it shows us something stupid small. I'll have to look online to figure that out. So not looking to get NASDAQ at all. I don't think I need to. I've had a good day already. See how Bitcoin just feathered out? I think it was a good entry. I got in at a good entry. It's just flattened. And it might pull back. My stop's halfway. I'm fine with that. I'm not going to panic and as we watch the money go down, my rules are my rules. When I move a stop, I move a stop for a reason. I'm not going to back the stop up. What would that do? If Bitcoin keeps dropping down and hits my order and I end up zero, negative 10, 20, 30, and I start backing my stop up going, oh, I think it's just going to retrace a little bit more. It is the 4-hour zone. Well, I chose to move my stop there for a reason. Okay. I'm kind of ignoring the 4-hour zone there, but that's what I got in on, right? So if I wanted to keep it down below the 4-hour zone, it'd be down here. So don't back your stop up. I've seen people back their stops up or remove them, and then we see a change in direction. It totally reverses. And now they're taking a huge loss when they should have entered short. Like that happens to a lot of people as well. So I'm good with oil. And look what it's doing. It's popping right to that level. It's basically testing this high in here. So who knows if that'll hold it. Guys, you don't know how far they're going to go. ES finally popping. I'm not in gold any longer. I told you I wasn't going to mess with platinum again. The only way I would consider messing with platinum is here. If it breaks that support and resistance level. Was it platinum we had that on yesterday, guys? Where we had a descending triangle. I don't know if it was platinum. I don't know if I can't really draw it unless it's big, sorry. So it's going to be something like this right there. Unfortunately, I got to blow the chart up for it. Sorry. We have a low. We have a support level that the candles are staying above clearly, right? We had a good turn, move down, move up. So we have a nice point here for support. And then it held up again here and it held up again here, but we're getting lower highs. Okay. So even though we're getting lower highs, we're not getting lower lows. So this will pop at some point today. Now you know why I had to draw it out there. So it may pop. So some of you that are scalping, you could be in trading that. I'm not doing that. It's definitely riskier. What do we do when we take on even more risk? If we're down on a 1 minute trading and we're scalping, well, even more risk. So I normally go 20 to 30 contracts as a risk. As I see that our entry is a little riskier, I'll dial that down. So from the 20 to 30 is just my number right now on this account. This is not every account. Okay. So 20 to 30 is on this account. Every account, I have different account sizes. And so I have to adjust my quantity based on the account size I'm on. So on this account, it's 20 to 30 is my usual contract size. The better the entry, the better setup, I'll go 30. Most of the time it's going to be 20. And then, like I said, if it's really a great setup, I'll go with 30. If it's a little riskier, like jumping in on us on just the 7 minute or 7 o'clock time frame, that's riskier. I'm going to go in with 10. I'm not going to go in with 20 or 30. I might once in a while. It depends on the setup. If I consider it even riskier, I'll go in with 5. That's what I did down here on ES. I wanted to take it short. I got in a little late, right? The 15 minute actually turned up here, right at that point. So that's where the 15 minute turned red again. I wasn't watching it. I was probably talking and we're doing other stuff. I was in other trades, so I didn't take it there. So I took it really, really late. I mean, it pulled down and I took it, but I was looking at the support zone. So when I noticed it, it was heading down, but I had a support level here, this previous low, and I just said, I'm not going to take it unless it breaks it. That was just the rule I set up for that trade. So it broke it. And what does that mean? We don't like getting in on pushes, extensions, moves. So it's pushed down quite a bit. I was getting in on an extension, on a push down. So extra risk. Extra risk means what? I went in with 5 contracts. Extra risk for me on that trade. And this is how you should manage every single trade that you take for the rest of your life. With your entries, with your exits, with pull and partials, and you'll be successful. It was an extra risk for me to take it. So I didn't go in with 20, didn't go in with 30, didn't even go in with 10. I cut that in half and went in with 5. Because why? The signal was here to short. And then our first target, if I would have shorted it there, where should my first pull partial be? This low. When it got down to that low, because we never know if it's going to break, I would close partial. So if I got in on that entry, yeah, I would have put on at least 20 and then closed out 3/4, 15 here when it hit this low, because you never know if it's going to break. I can look back now and we see, yes, it broke. But when the candles are playing out and you get the order, you put on 20 and you say, there's a low. What do I know about lows and highs in the market swings? Well, it may not break that low. Since I know it may not break that low, I might want to close partial, close 3/4, leave runners on, move your stop to break even. Because if you would have moved your stop to break even, it would have been here, right? Zero risk trade at that point. Even though it pulled back, your runners are still on. So if you got that entry, that was the best entry, best trade. That would have been my 20 contract trade. Okay. Anything else has to be less contracts. Well, I got in when it broke. So it broke support. Why would I take that trade short when it broke support? What if, here's why. What if it would have just started dropping? Just started tanking. I don't want to miss that. That's why I take it. I just take it with less contracts. So again, if it breaks support level, that's what we want to see. I'm going to get in that trade, or you wait for a pullback, whichever. But I'm going to get in lighter. I never get in as heavy on the breaks of support or resistance. So that's what I did. I put on 5. Still haven't done anything with it. It's just finally up. And I did not draw, because guys, here's the original entry would have been up there, the last signal to go short. That would have been that trade. Well, mine's down here. See, I got in on that candle. So mine looks like this. So we haven't even gotten to 1-to-1 yet, and sat in the negative for a while. I don't really care. I really don't. And that's the way you have to get with trading. I do not care if this goes back and hits my stop. I put the trade on for a reason. I had valid reasons for putting the trade on, because if I'm in on a continuation of the move down. It just hasn't gone anywhere. The market had other ideas. So I'm writing it out, but I'm writing it out with the proper contract size for the riskier trade. 5 contracts. I'm not one to go in and full, 100 contracts. Boom, we're going to go for gold. I learned a long time ago that's not what I'm about. I have to make money. Oh, and that's what it was in the beginning. So what it took for me to learn was that I had 4 months of training in depth with those guys. For 2 months, I sat there and watched them trade. Not only did I watch them trade, so I went through the initial start of the training course, which is taking trades and this, that, and the other. They let me trade beside them. It was on a simulated account. They had one workstation that was tandem, 2 computers. Back then, it was all computers, guys. There was no laptops there. So they were all full-blown computers. And I sat there with one of the traders, and they took turns through the week. So each one of them was talking me through the trades. So I not only learned the first modules of the first 2 weeks was nothing but crammed information of it, just the cramming. All right, platinum is breaking out of that. It's breaking out of the top, but it also has this high right here. So I would only look to take it long, and the 1 hour still red, but the 15-minute screen, I would only take it long if it breaks and tests that high. So 2 weeks, just the modules. And then after that, it was trading side by side. There was still more training I went through, but there was a couple days each week that I would sit side by side, and they took turns with different traders would come over. First, it was with the hedge fund manager, because they were all trading this guy's money. So the first few days was with him only, and he's talking me through stuff just like this as I'm doing with you guys. So as he's looking to take entries, he's just walking through it. He's walking through it in his head, and he's just talking out loud. That's what I told you guys. I might sound like I'm rambling at times, and and I'm jumping back and forth between different instruments, and that's why. So I got to do that live, got to trade with them. And then after the 2 months, then went back home, was trading on my own. That first week, I did not go back over there. The next week, I went back over on Monday, Tuesday, because there was news. And I had the freedom to do that, either trade from home, or I could have went the full 4 months over there. They did not cover my hotel and all that. So just so you know, that was extra expense. So that got kind of expensive. From where the office was, to be near the office and the hotel expense. But I always had the option to go back in. So the first 4 months was just learning, but I also live practiced with them over at the office. That first 2 months I was over there every week, every day. And then the next month I went back home, back and forth, a couple times over there. And then the next month, the same thing. So that was the 4 month training. However, I still had access to them. It wasn't like they just 4 month training, you're gone. Kind of like any training you guys buy. I don't care if you do mine or someone else's. You should have access to them. And everybody has access to me in here. They ask me questions in Discord. Some send direct messages based. Sometimes I just get someone that sends me direct message, says, hey, here's what I've done today. Send me their profit stuff or their statement. And some send me trades to look over. What could I have done differently? So I'm always willing to look at whatever I can to help you guys, help anybody, really. But back to that question. So I started trading. It was kind of rocky. I was entering on a 15-minute time frame. So I hated it. That's what I learned on. I absolutely hated. It's 11 o'clock mark. If you're not taking trades after 11. So we traded from 7 a.m. to 11. I'm not going to look for new trades. Right now, I'm just going to look to manage these. I might get stopped out on them. Because it looks like, Bitcoin's pulled back right to my entry price. Got 5 runners on. I'm either going to get stopped out or it's got to go over that 4-hour support resistance line up there. And same with ES. But you can see now why I went in lighter on ES. And it's just coming back up to test that support and resistance level. That's all it's doing. It did make a lower low. It might make a higher high in here. Start that megaphone pattern. But I really don't care. I mean, look, when I'm down $80. So I don't know what it's set at. I might lose 120. But anyways, so how I learned from them is look at the daily chart We're looking for zones and, support resistance levels. Look at a 4 hour, dial it down to a 1 hour, take the trades on a 15-minute. That's how I entered. I did good with that. The Forex market moves differently. And back then it even moved even different still. So I did well with it. However, I would get in a trade and there were stopped out on ES. So we took a loss on it. I'm okay with that. You have to be. Whenever you take a trade, you have to be okay with taking a full loss. You enter a trade, and if you enter a trade with 5 contracts and put your stop where it is and you get stopped out, you have to be okay with getting stopped out. So if you're not okay putting 5 contracts on with a stop where you lose, say, $300, don't trade with 5 contracts. You're getting into a riskier trade than what your risk tolerance is. If you put on 10 contracts and you're going to lose $600 if it pulls back and you can't stomach that, don't put that trade on. Don't do 10 contracts. Don't watch what someone else does and then do the same thing. Because when you take that loss and it's $600, your stomach's going to turn. You're going to kick yourself. You're going to doubt yourself. Everything goes through your head. I don't doubt myself on any trade. I can't help what the market does after I get in. So that's the thing. Never doubt why you get in. If you have valid reasons for taking a trade, that A+ setup or 100+ setup, take the trade. But you can't help what the market does after it. So you'll get good signals. You'll get a good entry. I think that this was a good entry. I mean, it did pull down and break support. It broke this low. It just happened that on the test, went through it a little. On the retest, blew through it and hit my stop. If I took this entry, I would still be in. If I took the signal entry, that right there, if I click on the stupid thing, that would have been the stop right here. Oh, we got an alert. See how I said on oil, we set that alert? Anyways, back to ES again. And that could still be stopped out. But the original trade was getting in here. Stop would be moved to break even, which is right there. And then if you get stopped out, you're still stopped out at break even, which it may still happen. But it could turn and keep going down. You never know what the market's going to do after you get in. So the best thing you could do is choose your entries wisely and then manage how many contracts you put on. That's one of the bigger things. So oil, upper right chart, it did hit. We're still green on the 1 hour, still green on the 15 minutes. So we're holding long. I know it's been a long process. When did we get in the trade on this one? This is the second trade, remember? I'm trying to look. All right, so there's right there. Oh, it doesn't show me on the bottom. Well, it's that candle right there is where I got in. So it's at 10:12. We haven't even been in this an hour. So I took the trade here, right? So the 1 hour flipped green, and the we were green already. Went long. Went to 1-to-1, level 2's 1-to-1 risk, moved the stop halfway. And then I had actually closed out. Remember, I closed out 8 in here when it was up like $600. So right now I'm going to move at my runner's up 94. So so far it's a good runner. Is it going to keep going? No idea. I have no idea. The best thing I can do is manage my trade the best I can. So do I want to put my stop here, keeping it under this swing low? Because I'm still using lows and highs because they get tested. So I'm not just blindly moving it to that level right there. Okay. Now, if I'm going to use this low right here, yeah, I'll put my stop up there. So how aggressive do I want to go on my stop? Do I just want to move it like halfway? between my entry and level 1? Or do I want to move it up here where it's almost a 1-to-1 risk reward on the runner? We'll move it there. We'll see how it plays out. But so far it hit that alert. Now it didn't break it. It just touched it. I don't need to set an alarm again on the lower line. I can actually take it away, but I don't need to because my trade's right there. I'm either going to get stopped out or it's going to break that line. The alarm should still be good. Crossing up. It says only once. Yeah. So the alarm's still on in case it does actually go through. That's what I wanted to be alerted with. Out of ES, not looking at nothing new. Did not get into NASDAQ at all today. Yesterday was huge on NASDAQ. That thing just trended. I think I locked in 490 something or 480 something on the runner. Okay. So overall, really good trade on that one on NASDAQ. And today it was ES I traded, and it's choppy. Don't forget, guys, this is Tuesday. And the market tends to settle down to everybody take your places, right? Before non-farm. Non-farm payroll is this Friday. So Wednesday, I've got it up on the screen. So that's Wednesday. So we've got red news Wednesday. We've got this right here, and it comes out earlier, guys. We'll be in here at 7, but it comes out 8:15 as non-farm payroll. This is the employment change, ADP report. Okay. ADP is a company that does payrolls. If you've ever worked for a company in the U.S., a lot of you get checks from ADP. That's who does payroll. So we have news coming out. ADP, we got the ISM. If you need to know what the world is ISM services PMI, click the folder and read all about it. If you've never traded that release, I recommend you doing this right here, going back and look at previous numbers. So here's what I really recommend doing. For those that have never traded news release, want to see what might happen, write these dates down. Okay? Write them down. It comes out every month, once a month. Write down those particular dates and write down what it is and write down the time, 10 a.m. Go do a replay in TradingView if you're looking at it. Go to TradingView, hit replay, punch in that date, punch in that time. Actually, punch in 11 a.m. And then you're going to look from 8 a.m. to 11 a.m. and look at how the market moved before 10 a.m. and after 10 a.m. You should be doing this. If you've never done it, do it. Okay? ADP non-farm, 8:15, same thing. Read about it. You can find out what it is, how the market reacts. Write these dates down. I did a whole video on this. This should be something that you do. Here's why. You don't have to be a news trader, but you need to know when news is coming out. So I'm a technical trader with fundamental awareness. That's just how I word it. And that's the way I think everybody should be. We use technicals, right? We're using highs, lows, support and resistance, trend lines. We're now using indicators, keep us in line with the higher time frame. That's our technical analysis. We need to have fundamental awareness. You better know when news is coming out. So I've got the one guy that is local that I will go in. What happened this morning? Dude, there was news. Or 2 p.m. Oh man, I got stopped out. I don't know what happened. FOMC. It's like I send you a text reminding you to look at the news before you start trading next day. That's what we do every day. We pop in, look, and see what news. And of course, in the Discord, you guys get a news alert that the bot does. But write the dates down, write the time, 8:15, and go out and look and see how the market's doing. You wouldn't go like here. Unemployment claims, that's Thursday. We should get good movement. Okay, you don't know what it is. Again, open the folder, look at it. Overall, write down the dates because it does come out once a month. Those are previous releases. So the last few releases, you can see more if you want. Write down some dates, go back at least 6 months, and TradingView replay. Don't type in 8:30, type in 11 o'clock. And you're going to look from, 7 or 8 o'clock to 11. See what the market did before the release and what it did after on whatever instrument you're trading. And then, of course, Friday you do not want to miss because this is non-farm payroll. That's the biggest news release of all. Again, comes out. We have other minor, and Canadian dollar, their market's going to move. So I'll probably be trading on my phone the loonie, which is the Canadian dollar. I just like calling it loonie. But anyways, I'll be trading that on the phone and then be trading in here during non-farm. But it all happens at the same time. So there'll be a lot going on over here at least. But again, look at what the news releases are. Go back and look. Type in 11 o'clock and look and see from 7 to 11. See what the market did before the news release and see what the market does after the news release. It's a good practice to get into. Once you learn, and I've even told guys take a screenshot. Go into your pictures folder and create a folder that says non-farm payroll. Go into your folder and go in and create a folder that says FOMC. Go back and look at 6 months. Go look at those each time frame or each day. Take a picture, a screenshot. Put them in your FOMC folder for FOMC. Non-farm payroll. Put those images in non-farm payroll folder. What you can do is you will trade non-farm Friday, right? And then next month, during the week sometime before non-farm payroll comes out, because you're going to take pictures Friday. From this day moving forward, every non-farm payroll that comes out, which is the first of the month, you're going to take a screenshot. I do it. So you're going to take a screenshot at noon, and you'll see from 7 to noon what non-farm payroll did. How did it move before it came out at 8:30? How did it move after? Take a screenshot. You should already have in your folder the last 6 months if you go do what I just said. What that's going to do for you is in January, when non-farm payroll comes out, you're going to just glance at that folder. And every month you're going to put the new non-farm picture in there, right? You just go glance at it. What that's going to do is kind of give you a clue, an idea of what might happen. It doesn't necessarily say the same thing that happened last month will happen next month. Same thing that happens next month will happen the month after. But it's going to give you an idea of how volatile it got, how much it moved. And I suggest putting it on a 1 minute time frame instead of even a 3 if you're doing non-farm. Because when I trade non-farm Friday, I'm on a 1 minute time frame. I am not on a 3. I get aggressive with it. Platinum's still short on the 1 hour 15. It's testing the top of that. You can call it a pendant flag or pendant, whatever you want to call it. It has several names, but it broke through the top and it's testing the backside of it. Yeah, right now we're not. Mark, I don't have the 4 hour on right now on here, but yes. So with the 4 hour on, I thought it would be easier for people to see the back and forth movement of the 1 hour. With the 4 hour on, that's going to give you further confirmation to either trade with the 4 hour only. If you're trading, and that's why I'm going to have the 4 hour back on. So let's say the 4 hour on was on gold, was green and has been green all morning. So let's say the 4 hour on gold's been green since 2 in the morning, 2 a.m. Well, you would typically want to, the odds are better if you trade along with the 4 hour and then the 1 hour green and then the 15 minute go green. You're going to buy. However, the 1 hour turns red, we know it's a retracement. So if the 4 hour is still green on gold, that just means that we're getting a decent retracement is all that means. Well, that the 1 hour and 15 are against it. It will be on the charts. It's just not right now. I don't even know if I got it over here on the other. Well, that ain't what I wanted to do. You ever click on something and go, eh? Let's see. I was trying to look and see, but I got to go in these settings. So right now it's just not on. Oh, gold. Let's see, 1 hour, 4 hour. It's on the wrong time. Yeah, so the short answer is yes, it will be back on. I just don't have it on now. The 4 hour is going to be a little different. I think. The way I had these. So guys, this is not new. I don't know. Some of you guys have heard me say this already. Let me go back and open up the stream. So this is not new. Where is it at? Let me go find it. I'm going to find it. You better believe I'll find it. Some of you have seen this picture. Where's it at? I thought I had it in here. Oh, here. Okay. Some of you have seen that before. I don't know if I can blow it up. It's kind of ugly. That is 2006. No. Sorry. That's 2008. 2008, Florida. That's my home office. I also had an office in Naples toward downtown that people could come in and trade with me. So this was at home. So this was me trading Asian session. This was me trading London session. This was me trading New York session if I was at home. Most days I was in the office because people were coming. I had a lot of local traders. Ed was in Bonita. Guys, I had several traders up there. Jim lived in right in Naples. They would come in and trade. So U.S. session, I wasn't willing to London session go into the office. Sorry, not at 3 a.m. And we just got stopped out on oil. Was it oil? Oh, no, alert went off on oil. Cool. So I know it's going up. And I could see it in the corner up here. It's going up. Not really concerned. I want to see it break above that before I even look at moving low. So this was the home office. Yes, I have 8 screens. I have a laptop open. I have news going on the TV. I even had a monitor over here, which I was not using at the time. That was, I don't know. We got rid of that because I upgraded and had bigger monitor. So if you notice, the thing I want to point out, though, is that this was built back then. I started it in 2007 and finished in like 2008. This is my screen back then. That's why the picture looks absolutely horrible. It was actually taken with a camera. I don't even know anyone that takes pictures with cameras anymore. Yep, cheap digital camera. That's why it looks so crappy. Sorry for the image. It looks absolute horrible. If you look up here, I had a chart that's kind of covered with a calendar because I didn't really need it anymore. But that chart shows market hours. When do I want to trade? I kind of got away from that because I didn't need it. I've been trading for a while. But ultimately, if you look at the bottom of these charts, you'll see multiple lines. If you look over here, it's a little easier to see. I have 6 things open. No, I had 9 things open. It's hard to tell with the monitors, but I threw 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's all Forex. It was 9 currency pairs. on this charting over here. I'm looking at multiple instruments. So even back then, I was looking at multiple instruments because they don't all signal at the same time. So I'm going to look to take what signals, and then I might get in something else if I need to or if I want to. But if you look at it, it had all three lines, like the one on the bottom of the chart, together. It's kind of confusing. So that one had all three lines on the bottom. 4 hour, 1 hour, and 15 minute were all on the bottom. Then it would pop an arrow on the chart up in here to tell you take the trade. When everything lined up on the bottom, green, it popped a green arrow on the chart, take the trade. When everything lined up red on the bottom, red arrow would pop up telling you to take it short. And it worked well. It was on the MetaTrader platform. So that's the way it's been on here before I went and showed you guys in Stream Live. I felt it might get really confusing because we were talking about pullbacks. So the 1 hour over here on gold is green, went to red. The 15 minute would be down here, would be switching. Green, red, green, red, green, red. Kind of like it is up here, switching. Red, green, red, green. Right? So that just means it's pulling back. So over here, if you look, we have reds. Well, it went down. So it switched to green right here. The 15 minute went green. What did it do? It pulled back. That's just a pullback. All those green arrows on gold is just a pullback up, right? And that's it. So it's the 15 minute is showing you the retracements, what it's expecting, what it's moving. So you're going to get that 15 minute signaling back and forth. The longer it holds, the better. We had a deeper retracement here, but it's against the 1 hour. Okay. So you're only looking to short though on those. If you're a retracement trader and want a riskier trade, well, then you're going to get in on the green arrows long, but you better get out quick. That's all I can say. If you're trading retracements, just be prepared to get out quick. You should have a short-term target, right? If you took any one of those, if you took this one went up. I mean, they all went up. This one didn't go up any further, went back down. So you're going to get mixed signals. If you're trading against the trend, the 1 hour trend, we're even getting mixed signals now to go short. You could have shorted any one of those. You could have shorted over here, shorted over here. You know, this one goes down a little bit further. We don't know how far they're going to go, and we don't know if they're going to go. There was a short here. Well, it pulled back some, but then it went, right? There was a short here, which is about in here. It pulled back some, but then it went. It only went to that low. But look what time of day it is, 10:42. We're already done trading. I mean, technically, I could have finished at whatever it was, 9 before the stock market opened. Okay. So I don't trade retracements. Now, I don't know if Tyler's going to do that or not. He has this on his chart on his computer, and he is trading gold still, but he's also looking at Bitcoin. This will be his first time looking at Bitcoin. Yeah, I was taking trades back then on the 15. And that's where I decided that I got tired of waiting. It was cool. The best part of trading on a 15-minute time frame is you only have to come back and look at your candle every 15 minutes. So it was great. The problem with me, one of the issues I had, and it has nothing to do with trading, is when I'm on the phone. I am a pacer. I cannot, if you called me right now, I cannot sit here and have a conversation with you. I get up and I walk around. That's just the way I am. So I would get up. Someone would call me in the morning. I'd get up, waiting on an entry or in a trade. And you know what happens. If I was in a trade, I might get stopped out. If I was waiting on an entry, I would go out, I'd be pacing around, I'd be making coffee. Before you know it, I realized that, hey, wait a minute, I'm a day trader and I'm not at my computer. I'm walking around talking to this person. And I'd go back and the move already signaled like an hour ago because I've been on the phone. I missed my entry. And now you're trying to get in late. So I realized that that needed to change. I needed to stop pacing. Well, I can't do that. If I'm on the phone, I'm pacing, walking around. So if I can't change and stop pacing, I turn my phone on do not disturb, which every day, every morning, it's on do not disturb. That was my fix. Got to fix the problem. My problem was I'd get up, get on the phone, get walking around. So I had to fix the problem. My solution was phone on do not disturb. And it works. I don't get on the phone. So guys, we had good breaks of support levels. Platinum broke and went. I didn't take it, but it broke that support level that we were looking. If it pulls back, I'm not looking to get in, guys. It's after hours for me. So as I talk about this, it is 11:30 and I'm not taking trades. So between that 11 and noon is when I don't like taking trades. Sometimes I will, sometimes I won't. I've had a good day so far. So again, if you've had a good day already, and we had that in the first few hours, do you need to get into riskier trades by getting into them later in the day? No. Now, if FOMC was coming out at 2, yes, I'm going to take some trades in the afternoon. But we don't have that. So there's absolutely no reason to sit and get into riskier trades. If I was going to get into a trade now, I'd put on 2 contracts or 1 contract. I'm just not willing. I'm not willing to put on 20 and risk a big loss this late in the day because we don't expect moves. Can it move? Yep, it sure can. You know, NASDAQ was kind of wishy-washy for a while. That's why I didn't trade it, stay out of it. It's finally moving. ES is finally moving in reverse of where I got in. And even if you got in here on ES, the middle lower chart, even if you got in short there where it originally signaled, you'd been stopped out just now at break even on your runners. You would have closed partial. We are still in. So what do we want to do with Bitcoin? Bitcoin's gone sideways. It could pop. You know, we just, right now, from this low, it went up and created a lower high. But now it just created a higher low. It's getting tighter, is what that means. So we created a high, we created a low, lower high, lower low, lower high, lower low. Or lower high, higher low, then lower high, and then higher low again. It's getting tighter. What is that forming? Well, it's forming that pendant. This is the thing it's got to go through your head. I'm opening the wrong chart. This is how I think, and so we're still in it. High to low, and I kind of try and drag it like this out to capture both. It doesn't look the greatest. Obviously, I can take this point right here and kind of slide it back to actually make it look like I'd keep it at that price level and do like that. It'd be nicer if we had a swing down, low down here, which, I could put it on any one of those. But it's getting tighter as it goes. Well, what's it going to do? As it gets tighter, it has to go somewhere. It has to break through the top or the bottom. It just has to. What are my odds it's going to break through the top? If I was guessing and wouldn't have the 1 hour on here, well, I would say I have a 50-50 chance. That's what would go through my mind. I'm not looking at the 1 hour. And guys, it's hard to look at the 4 hour and the 1 hour and look at the trend direction. That's why this is on there, to hopefully help you have a little ease at mind, like I'm doing right now, and saying, the 1 hour is still green. The odds are in my favor that it's going to hold. We have a half hour before the next 1 hour candle. So unless that changes to red, the odds are in my favor that when it breaks, it's going to push higher. I mean, that's what I'd say to myself thinking it through. So it is getting tighter. I'm still not going to close anything out. I'm up a couple hundred on my runners. I could close them all out. We talked about that. The 4 different stop losses the other day in the video. And I have no idea where I got one of those. There are 4 reasons to close your trade. And there are only 4. Does anybody remember what they are? I'll ask you guys. How you like that? So put it in there in the chat. If you guys remember, guys, I really don't know where that is. I know it's in the training, but I'm not going to go. That's a whole slideshow thing. I'm trying to scroll up through the, I may not have put it in there. I know it's in there somewhere. So pop your comments in there if you remember. Well, I know where one place it is. I'll look in here. So you guys remember where the 4 reasons to close a trade? So let's look at oil. Oil should have hit the next level. Yeah. So oil has hit level 4, which is our 3-time risk level. My stop's down here 2 levels back, but I've been trailing it 1 level back. Now, I don't like moving it right here to level 3 because level 3 is just above this high. I want to put something in the way of my stop, like a line of defense, if you want to call it that. What's in the way? If it comes back down, I'm looking for it to hit this level here, and I want to see that level hold up as support. Will it? I have no idea. I'm taking the line off, but I'm looking at that level holding up as support somewhere in here. So I'm going to move it. I'm just showing you why I'm moving it where I'm moving it. I can move it here, which is under this low, or I can choose to be more aggressive a little bit and move it right there. And that's where I'm leaving it. So right now, if you look, I'm up 164 at 82, right? So it's half. I guess I couldn't see that. So my stop is halfway. So I'm up 164. I'm only guaranteed to lock in half that, right? Only guaranteed to lock in half if I get stopped out. But I'm going to close out. So I'm at 170, right? 160, whatever, $80 a trade at 160. So I can lock in another 80 by closing out 1. I just sold 1 off. Need to modify this, my stop. And this is the way it should be. When you're trading in the morning from 7 a.m. to 10, you could have multiple instruments on. The ones that trend, the ones that are moving in one direction, you hold your winners, cut your losers short. Well, we do that. I'm no longer, I don't even think I got in platinum at all today, but I cut gold off. I no longer got in gold because I have runners on. So oil's been the best for me to trade today overall. And I'm fine with that. I switched instruments. Yesterday, it was NASDAQ. Remember NASDAQ? On my one last runner, I got like over $400. It was almost $500 on the runner on NASDAQ. So yesterday, the NASDAQ was the winner as far as everything I traded. Well, today it's oil. I traded it short over there, and now I'm in long when the 1 hour flipped. So, and that was in the afternoon, or 10, sorry. So good trades on it. The runner's still on. We just closed out one, locking in $80 on that one little runner. We still have one on with our stop loss. Now we don't really care. Don't really care. If it comes down, stops me out, I am at, here's level 2, which is 1-to-1 risk reward. So I'm at 1.5. So on this last runner, if it stops me out, I'm only going to get 1.5 times my risk. Is that not still good? Yeah. And I'm leaving it there on the chance that the rest of the day it's going to pull back, might test this high in here, these highs, and then bounce and push through again to the next level. Will it? I don't know. It like remains to be seen. Can it? It sure can. But that's how we're trading that one right now. We're just going to hold it. My order's right there. So this has been a good trade, a couple good trades on it. I don't always drag the tools out like that. We stopped out on ES, fine with that. That was a low risk trade, remember? As far as my stop, as far as my contracts I put on, sorry. So it was a higher risk trade. So I lowered my contract size to minimize my initial risk. Got stopped out, don't really care because I managed that trade well. I'm happy with that loss. And that's what you got to get to. It's easier said than done. Okay, so Bitcoin decided to pop through the bottom of that triangle. And it's testing that low because 15 minutes red, we're pulling back. I'm probably going to get stopped out on that. Small loss against the gains. Don't really care. I don't even know who's with us. Anyone in here with me right now? Because I'm going to get ready here in a little bit and run the coffee shop. Done trading. Let me know if you guys are still in here, if you can, in the chat. Oh, I didn't know I could do that. I'm going to go ahead and I don't know anybody in their right mind that's going to watch these on a replay. Ivan. All right. I'll just pull this over here, and I'll get it off real quick. But there's 4 reasons to close a trade. One is noon. Okay. The first reason, and it's right here, these 4 reasons. So you'll see I've got my session tool start at 7 a.m. And this is noon, right in the middle. And that's when I'm taking trades. That's the first half of the market. I'm only taking trades till noon. I normally stop at 11:30. I don't like taking them right at noon. So then the second half of the session, it's really just managing your trades. So the reasons to get out of a trade, 1, close everything at noon and just be done. And I may end up doing that. I don't know. Because I am going to go, I'll leave oil on. I think it might be the only thing I got on. I think I still got Bitcoin. But you can close them all out and be done. Had a good trading day, be done with it all. You can close out when the 15-minute, like right here, 15-minute went green. It goes against the red. So right now on oil, I'm in long. And on Bitcoin, I'm in long. The 1 hour is green on the bottom of them. So if I get a red arrow at the top, I will close the trades. That's closing at the 15-minute reversal signal. The other is to wait till the 1 hour turns opposite color. So if the 1 hour turned green in here, I would close. If it doesn't turn green, then your last option is obviously close at end of day. And that's if you're prop trading, if you have to close before 5. Not everybody is prop trading. Yeah, so Bitcoin, it's either going to bounce or stop me out. Look at how small the loss is going to be, though. I mean, it's down like 40. It's going to be like $120 loss. No biggie on that one. I don't like where anything else is right now. And it's the time of day. So that's why we don't take trades. Oh, I got to close that. Well, I'm up 2,200. That's not bad. I took a couple trades last night. As well as these. So we got our small losses. Boop, 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 boop. I hate that it doesn't group our trades together. I'd love to see them at least. And you can't sort this. I'd have to put it in a spreadsheet and sort by how could you sort? Oh, when the trades were put on. When they're closed. Sorry, just looking in on it. So I'm going to leave it there. I'm going to head out for a while. I'll leave the stream running. I'll just leave it on this chart. I think I can leave it. I'll shut it off at end of day sometime. Unless you guys need to see it before then. Are you guys still in trades or not? If you're not, I'll probably shut it off. But if you're still in trades, I'll leave it on. Just let me know. So overall, it's been a good day. And that's how it goes for me. Or yeah, I'll probably just shut it off then. The stream. Do you care if I shut it off? Do you know how you're going to manage your gold trade? You're in long, right, on a runner? Or still in short, about to get stopped out? I don't know when you got in. And the signals, I did another signals test last night. It's only running 10 seconds behind. So from when my candle closes and when it's on YouTube. It's instant on the streaming software, but it's 10 seconds behind by the time it gets to YouTube. Okay. Yeah, I'll shut the stream off just so this isn't running all day. Now, I may have it running back on later. I will be trading tonight. Here's what I like trying to do on the my funded accounts where I'm getting paid out on, or an eval account, doesn't matter. But any broker that closes you out at 5 p.m. There we go. We're stopped out on Bitcoin. So Bitcoin stopped out at the halfway point on the loss. We put what, 20 on that? I didn't have my trade markers on that. I guess I shoulda, coulda. My executions on it. Yeah, we put 20. So, I mean, if you look at Bitcoin right now, and I'll shut down here in a little bit. I'll shut down at noon. Bitcoin put 20 on, closed out 15, and it just closed out the runners. I don't know why it does that. I had 5 runners on. It closed out 4 and then closed out 1 for some reason. But it closed out all 5. So it closed out the 5 at the halfway point. Okay with that. Winning trade overall. So between Bitcoin and gold, those have been really good trades. ES, nah. So we had some good trades today. A couple losses. And then a runner lost. We don't care about the runners that are stopped out at break even or halfway point or even a full loss on a runner. You just got to get to the point that you don't care. The reason why we keep trying to leave runners on in case they just keep going. So like oil, if I would not have left runners on, I would have had to got back in. Well, why get back in to an instrument if it's keeps moving in the direction you already were in earlier? Just let your winners run. Because like yesterday with NASDAQ, it trended to where my one runner was up over $400. It was almost $500, 460 or 480, somewhere there. So that one runner, if you're looking for $100 a day, well, that runner made almost 5 days worth of trade. If you're looking for $200 a day, then that one runner made 2.5 days of trading. If I was looking for $200 a day and made 500 on that, it was almost 5. So if that would have been a $500 trade, that's 2.5 days of trading. If I was only looking for 200 a day, I could take Friday off, take 1 day off because I locked in a trade that makes up for me taking that day off. Guys, you can treat it how you want. Guys, and I'll probably go ahead and keep streaming this week open like this because we had some issues with everybody getting into the private streaming yesterday. So until I get that figured out, I'll probably just this week up through non-farm, you guys can come in here and I'll have it just streaming open. So we'll hold all I've got to oil, and I'm fine with my stop. It did hit, yeah. It's hanging around under the third reward to risk ratio, third level. It's level 4, but to us, it's 3 times the risk level. And I'm locked in here, so I'm not quite 1.5. I'd have to be like right there for the 1.5. So right there, I'm at 1.5, the risk. So I'm happy with that. But I only have 1 on. Can't do anything else. I just closed 1 out here. If it turns on me, goes back and stop me out, I have to be really happy with the fact that I closed that 1 there. Because I could be holding them both right now until it hits the next level. Now, if it goes to the next level, then I missed out on holding this one. You just have to be okay with it. You make your rules, you make your decisions, and you can't hold anybody responsible for any of it. Gotta live with it. What is that on? Oh. It's trying to push, oil is. I did make another pot of coffee, did not go get it. So overall, I'm happy with the day. Traded according to my plans. If the risks, if the trade entries were a little riskier, I traded with less contracts. Whenever I see a support and resistance level break like ES, when S&P, I was waiting for it to break a low, the previous low, and I wanted to see it close past that. And then finally got a candle close it. That was my signal to get in, and I have to do it with less contracts. I'm not putting a full, and glad I did. I only put 5 on that, and I took a full loss on the 5. And I'm okay with it. You know why? Because I put on less contracts. I lowered my risk. It was a riskier entry. However, I lowered my risk by putting on less contracts. It's all about trade management. You can pick entries all day, but if you don't know how to manage your risk and don't know how to manage your trades, you're going to fall apart. And the market's just going to slap you around. Slap you around. And just, I tend to get a little goofy when it gets later in the morning, if I've been talking a lot. So ES did hit the previous low just now. And look, it turned again. It is not ready to go past that where it hit after I got in. Just isn't. So I'm glad I'm out. I don't have to sit here. I'm not sitting in the thing any longer. Small blessings, right? Take me out of my misery. And when I put it in again, less contracts. So you should be able to feel comfortable doing that and saying to yourself, okay, I wanted it to break the previous low. It broke the previous low. I'm in, but I'm not putting on 20. And I'm not putting on, 30 lots. You're putting on less lots because it's a riskier entry. And then that should help you relax and feel more comfortable. Yeah, we'll get about 5 minutes. Then, like I said, I'll shut it down. I'll be back on tonight. Trading Asian session because I know Tyler's going to be trading that. At least I hope he is. He slept in this morning. I tried. He's off this whole week. He better trade Friday. Is all I can say. He is off the rest of the week from school, and he wanted to trade gold and Bitcoin. I've had him just trading gold. You guys know he passed his eval in like 3 days. He only did the $25,000 Apex eval, so he only had to make $1,500. I set him up to trade just gold on a $25,000 eval account. He passed it in 3 days and then got his PA account. So that's what he's trading. He wanted to try Bitcoin as well. So I said, let's not try it in your PA account. So right now, Apex, I think till tonight, Apex still has a 90% off. I don't care if you use my link or not or discount code. You can use anybody's you want. I'd like it if you use mine, but you don't have to. Doesn't really matter. I when I sign him up, he uses mine, and then we just take that as a discount. But I went ahead and bought him 2 more 25K evaluation accounts last night. And this was all posted. When he got his PA account, it was all posted in the Discord with the certificate and his trade. I think I posted his profit and loss statement. I can't remember on that. I know I did mine last week. I think it was last week that it was when we started trading the signals. It was like 2 weeks ago. And started trading the signals that first day. I actually created a new 50K eval account and traded it. And it was passed in 2 hours. And I don't do anything aggressive. So when I say I traded that, it's trading it like this. Riskier trade, less contracts. I don't do no 50 contract trade to pass an eval. I trade it like I am trading every day, my real accounts. But I'm trying to get him, what I'm doing is he's got one PA account. He's trading in there. He's getting payouts. I'm trying to get him, well, one, he wanted to trade Bitcoin with gold. I'm like, okay, you're going to be watching multiple instruments. What do I have to say to myself? He is going to make mistakes. He's never traded Bitcoin, so he wants to add that. But I said, oh, okay, so you're going to trade Bitcoin instead of gold. He goes, no, I want to trade gold too. I'm like, oh. So in my mind, I see that as extra risk, right? He's trading 2 instruments instead of 1. He's only been trading 1. So in my mind, I have to say, plus he's gaming. Let's add that in the mix. So he's got his computer. We set him up. It's at his desk right next to his PS4. So guess what he's doing while he's watching for trades? He's gaming. So guess what he's going to do? He is going to make mistakes. I already know. So I told him how many contracts to trade. I said, if you're gaming and your game is on, you're trading with this amount of contracts only. If your game's not on and you're sitting there watching the charts, you can trade with this amount of contracts. But I knew that he might blow his PA account. And I don't want that because he passed it, getting checks off of it, payouts. It's riskier because he's trying to trade 2 things now. And one of them he's never traded. So to me, it's extra risk. So I'm like, look, let's buy you. I bought him 2. And I want him to pass both, of course. And then we'll get him 2 more PA accounts. At that point, he'll trade 1 to get payouts on. Or he could switch over to pay the other, or the main one. Eventually, we'll link 2 together. Only 2, not all 3. We're going to keep 1 and just make monthly payments on it. Or we got the lifetimes, what I get. So once he gets to 3 PA accounts, I'm only going to link 2 together. We're not going to link 3. We're going to link 2. Trade the 2, get payouts on the 2. If you blow the 2, you have the backup PA account. So while you're passing another eval, you have a PA account still. The next month you can trade and get a payout, right? So that's the strategy. We have a whole strategy on trading the funded accounts. It's a whole separate business. There's a strategy to it. And as long as you treat the prop firms like they deserve to be treated and trade accordingly, you'll do all right. All right, so I'm going to shut the live off. I hope you guys enjoyed it. I know this is the first time to watch me on like all 6 charts while I'm trading, because on the stream yesterday, we just had the 4 up. So I still have oil on with the stop at 669.62, and we're up 92 on the runner. I'm happy with that. I'm not a noon closer, so I'm not closing at noon. If I was, that's one of the exit strategies. Again, close at noon, all done for the day. I could close at noon and be done. And it's up 92. However, it might still move up through the rest of the day. So I'm willing to take the chance for some extra gains. So I move my stop at the 1.5 level. So if I get stopped out, I get 1.5 on oil on the last runner. It's either that or I'm going to close if I get a red arrow, or I'm going to close if I get the 1 hour change red, or I'm going to close at end of day, whichever happens first. All right. So hope you guys enjoyed it. I will end the stream and we'll see you either later tonight. Tomorrow we'll still have the stream open back at 7 a.m. Everybody have a good, safe day.